metre mark. Looking nice, pacing. Milo's keeping him in tight shape. And at the turn, halfway, 200 down, Hamish 2:26.50. So we have lots of heats in this event 40, 12 and over 400 free, as you can imagine. It is 12 and over, so the age bracket extends. So this is heat 2 of 7. And so Hamish stretching out in front just here, gaining space in between him and Milo in lane 6. And then behind him is Lemel in lane 4. And then we have lane 8, Michael Fan coming along as well. Lane 2, Benjamin Van Dyke. We've got Will Frame in lane 3 as well, keeping up almost equal 4th position at the moment. Let's see if they can push out a little bit more for this final 50. And it is Hamish in the lead. Let's see if he's kept a little bit of speed. I reckon he's not going to be caught. If anything, he's increased a little bit more whitewash here. Picking up that power and pushing on home. Behind him in lane 6, Michael Dresser de Bruyne as well. There's going to be a tight one for 3rd in between lanes 2 and 3. Big cheers from the crowd. Hamish has got 4:55.16. Which is about 15 seconds off his qualifying time. Awesome work, Hamish. And this is heat 3. A great start to Jonathan Cheng in lane 7. Fantastic dive. And lots of power coming from our pool. Chasing behind him, lane 8, Matthew Moran. And looking good as well, lane 3, Liam Walker. It is Jonathan Cheng in lane 7 that's got that first split, and then Scott Robertson in lane 9. And just up to the halfway mark coming here, 200 metres down. We've got a new leader from Melbourne Vic Centre, Noah Chappell, at 2:21.30 on that split. Jonathan Chang still hot on his heels, but be watching out as well for Liam Walker in lane 3, who's picking up pace, as well as Osha Gashoni in lane 5 as well. I feel like we're split a little bit in these lanes, but our leaders are changing, and it's quite even across lanes 3, 5, 6, even we've got lane 8, 7 and 8 on the catch-up just here. And again, it is the third quarter run, as they say, where races can be won or lost depending on the game plan, and it's tight. It is neck and neck between Liam Walker in lane 3 and Noah Chappell in lane 4. Noah just out in front there, just by an arm's length. And they're going to want to keep up that pace and fire a little bit more towards the end just here. Jonathan Chang holding on, but it is Lachlan Riccini in lane 6 in third at the moment, and they are stroke by stroke here in lanes 4 and 3. It is going to be an exciting finish, I reckon. And is Liam Walker just out in front here by just over a second. Let's see if he can keep it up in this final 50. Powering through. He is pushing it further. Noah Chappell just lagging behind here, has used all the energy that's in his tank up on the first 300 metres of this race, and it is Liam Walker powering home. Watching as well for Lachlan Riccini. He might be pushing for second here too. But it is Noah Chappell in lane 4 that has just pipped him there. So Liam Walker 4:45.45. 10 seconds off his qualifying time. Awesome to see. And this is heat 4 now, and I've got Noah joining me also here in the commentary box. Noah, sorry, Abdul, I was just thinking of one of our previous races just there. How you going, Abdul?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Back here at MSAC this morning.
Yeah, very nice morning today.
Yeah, a little bit of a breeze, isn't there?
That's right. Also a little bit of sun, which is also very rare, I'd say, summer in Melbourne.
I know, well, I think it's going to become a bit more cloudy according to the weather forecast. 33 in Melbourne today. And a nice morning to, start it off with some 400 frees. We've got Joel Pollard in lane 4, but it is William Tan in lane 8 that is leading the way at the moment. A beautiful long stroke. Noah, can you share with us a little bit more about training for freestyle events and, particularly 400s?
I guess with training, just, I don't know, especially with those long distances, I doubt there's any sort of split work where I'm just speculating here because I don't train 400s. I just train the hundreds, to be honest, 50s and 100s. So 400s, I would assume it's just back and forth down the black line. So.
And so, do you really have to work on fitness in a 400?
Oh, absolutely. That's probably everything you need to work on, to be honest.
And what's in a fitness program, do you reckon, for these guys? I mean, these are 12 and over, so, as we're going through our 7 heats, the age is going to get higher and higher, most likely, as times get faster.
Yeah.
What is fitness training for the 400 swimmers normally? Like, what do you go hard in?
I'll probably they're holding probably a certain time for each 100 split. They're trying to hold that for as long as they can. That's the only thing I can think of, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated with swimmers and running. Swimmers don't really run on land, do they? Not many.
No. Yeah, not much, no.
It's all about the pool and the laps and, putting in lots of hours and lots of dedication. And we have William Tan in lane 8 leading at the moment. Joel Pollard in lane 4 following. And then Enrico Vegas in lane 2. So they'll be coming up to that final stretch. Yeah, Joel in lane 4, just looking nice and smooth with his stroke. Alexander Stone has shot up as well here into the race. So final 100 metres. This is where the crowd cheers a little bit louder as well. And then we've also got, Enrico Vegas over in lane 2, picking up pace a little as well. But in lane 8, looking strong, William Tan. And at the final split, Joel Pollard is leading by only points of a second there. William Tan is following him, and it'll be about, that energy they've conserved to, put it into this race. The final 25 metres we're coming to for our leaders just here. And Joel Pollard looking a body length in front, nice and comfortable. Trying to chase into that second position. Alexander Stone, but William Tan's got him on that one. Joel Pollard, 4:38.44.
We now approach Heat 5 of the men's 12 and over 400 freestyle.
And so, Abdul, can you tell us a little bit about the reaction time and what that means? It comes up onto the board.
So reaction time is pretty much just from the word, how fast the swimmers get off the blocks. I'm not sure by what they measure it. I'm going to take a guess and say the last foot leaves the block at whatever reaction time that it says. You probably want to improve the start as much as you can because that's the fastest you'll ever be in your race, regardless whether that's a 50 or that's a 100. So you want to utilize that and practice, explosive work in training, whether that's in the pool or, say, in the gym.
And how does one get taught how to dive or coached how to dive?
I think it just comes with time, to be honest. You start off really floppy, and then as you grow older, you start to be able to coordinate it a little more. So I think it's just an age thing.
at our 100 metre mark. Lane 8, Toby Callahan is leading. Not too far behind him, though, Tyler Land in lane 5. And then over on the other side, Anthony Lynn. I'd still say it's quite a close race at this stage. Across the distances, they spread out. And watching over in lane 0 at the moment, Cam Tragakis in second position at this stage. It's still Toby Callahan in lane 8 though. And that is halfway, 200 metres down in this race.
2:11 at the 200 meter mark. That is insanely fast. You got to remember these guys are like, what, 15, 16, going to 2:11 at a 200 meter mark. That is crazy. For a 400 event, that is very fast.
I'm sure with each lap they slow down a bit. Their final 50 might be could that be the fastest for a lot of them?
Well, I don't know if they slow down because, like we said before, they sort of train on keeping that time the same across all the hundreds. So they just want to make sure they don't overspend in that first 50, and then from there on, it's just like aerobic work. And then, yeah, probably in the last 50, it's whatever's left. Could be the same or it could be faster in some cases.
Yeah, I suppose consistency is the focus there, but it is Toby Callahan still just out in front. Cam Tragakis in lane 0. Chasing him way across the other side of the pool. It's a very close race, and in between, sharing kind of third position at the moment, we have lane 6 and lane 3. So that is Ethan Ravensdale and James Gargano. I think my favourite time, though, is the final 50 time.
Yeah, that's where all the variations between the swimmers and the places get changed up. Lane 0 making a lot of splash there, as we're seeing.
Yeah, let's see what they've got. You're right. Cam Tragakis is creating a massive splash over there in lane 0, powering forward. They're just coming past us at the moment at the side of the pool. What do you reckon, Abdul?
Yeah, I think this is definitely a sprint for them. Most of them. Pace is picking up. A lot of white water. 4:27.
Nice work, Toby. And it was Ethan Ravensdale who came up to set a secure second in lane 6. He'd be pretty pleased. And away we go, and it's lane 8 again. It's had a great start there. Darius Schultz from Swimland Swim. As we said, the start's important, but, you know, they've got a whole another 350 to go after they've hit this first split. So Tyler Theodore there out in front in lane 6 from Western Melbourne Propulsion. And he's looking nice and comfortable. Very smooth stroke. And so a lot of our swimmers swam yesterday as well, Abdul. How do you reckon they slept last night? Like a log?
I don't know. You probably don't want to sleep like a log, given it's competition weekend. Probably want to relax, but not be too relaxed, so you can perform the next day.
Do you reckon some of our swimmers have, even from this age, superstitions or things, like favourite ways of doing things or eating in the morning brekkie or something? What do you think? Have you heard of some fun ones?
No, I haven't heard of that. Don't know any. I haven't heard any, so I'm not sure how to answer that one, to be honest.
You haven't heard from anyone else what they do?
No. I think the only thing is probably the slaps before the blocks. That's probably the most I've ever seen.
And do you reckon that's the slaps before the blocks on the side of the legs and the arms? Do you reckon that's mental, or do you reckon that's also been recommended by someone to buzz up those muscles before kick-starting off the block?
I have no idea. Those slaps don't work on me. It's just that it just drains my energy for some reason. I've never figured out why they do it. But if it helps them, then it helps them.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that works. All right, and it is still Tyler Theodore in lane 6. Popping out in front, and his teammate next to him, Samuel Nadler, in lane 7 at the moment. Both of them leading the way. We've got coaches from the sidelines yelling out stroke. Also in lane 4, we have Owen Williams-Polly from Nuttawading. And in lane 8, Darius Schultz, who had that great start, still keeping up with the leaders of the pack. And here comes the final 50 metres. Let's have it.
Looks pretty even so far for the last 15 of a 400 race. Lanes 4, 6, 7 and 8. Very, very close. And 4:18 is the winning time. Another awesome PB. Well done. All right, coming up on the last heat of the long distance events, at least for now.
Heat 7 just here. Our fastest qualifying heat so far. With our fastest qualifying time in lane 4, Lev Makarashkin. So let's see what he and the rest of the guys can produce. What about you, Abdul? Did you prefer to swim in morning sessions or afternoon sessions?
I mean, I've been competing for so long. They're probably the same. I'm numb to either. So, when it's race day, it's just, you have to figure out when your race is and prepare in whatever capacity you can to perform at your best. Ooh, 59 for a 100-meter mark. That is crazy fast, man. That is real fast.
Yeah, well done to Harvey Lark. What do you think of our leader's stroke at the moment, Abdul? In lane 5, we've got Harvey Lark.
It looks like he's kind of sprinting, but he's not really sprinting, which is, I think, is good. There's a little bit of that balance, but we're at the 200 mark. We can only hope that he can only get faster and faster from here.
And what do you see in comparing some of the other guys that are in the pool at the moment? So we've got Liam Malloy chasing him in lane 3, so not too far behind.
Most of the guys have really long strokes, which I think is kind of smart at this point early on in the race. You saving up the energy so that in the last 100, by default you just get tired. So what else you've got left, kind of want to spend that during then.
Yeah, and in lane 8 we've got Campbell Wilson Moran as well from Halbury. Had a couple of races yesterday as well. And it is Liam Malloy that is, hot on the tail of Harvey Lark just here in this final 100 that we're about to begin, and off they go. Lane 7, Xavier Purcell. And then in lane 8, Campbell Wilson Moran neck and neck for that third posse.
Lane 3 and lane 5 are having a race. They're both breathing, looking at each other, just to get that little bit of an edge. This is going to get exciting in the last 25.
And so at the moment, Harvey Lark is breathing every second stroke, and Liam Malloy in lane 3 is breathing every stroke. All right, final 50 is our favourite time. Let's see. I think Liam Malloy's pushing up. And he is just an arm's length out in front. Harvey Lark. Has he got enough gas in the tank? The final 5 metres. I think Liam's looking too strong just here as he comes towards the wall. 4:10.34.
All right. Now, the girls 11 and under 50-meter breaststroke. We've got 4 heats. This is heat 1.
Oh, and Abdul, I love seeing the littlies. They look so cute and small. We're on the finish end of the pool. And away they go. So girls 11 and under. In lane 2 we have Sia Ko, 3 Zoe McCauley, 4 Kimberly Chen, 5 Iris Zhang, and 6 Caitlin Uwifdal. And potentially it's their first big race. I always think, if they're under 11s, this might be their first swim at MSAC in our big 50 pool on the outside. And it's a super exciting time for them. And leading is Kimberly Chen. Not too far behind in lane 5, Iris Zhang. And Kimberly Chen with a time of 45.29. Nice work. That's a second off her qualifying time. Congratulations. I think all those girls have just done really well. I saw one of these girls in the races before waving up at someone they knew in the crowd. It's always good to have some support from family and friends coming down, isn't it?
That's right.
And there's some fun rainbow bathers all the way in lane 1 over there. Nice and bright. Getting in the motions, but just a few moments away, sorting out a few things at our starting line. Abdul, do you remember your first race or meet at MSAC?
I don't think so. I remember my first ever race, but not one at MSAC.
How old would you have been?
They all blend in together.
So many hours of swimming, so many races. What do you remember about your first race, or where was it then?
It was very nerve-wracking. There was a whole lot of, I was not used to being around a lot of people, especially in warm-up. That was crazy. I was like, there's no way I'm swimming in that pool. But
because there's lots of swimmers in the warm-up pool, isn't there?
I just never didn't know how it worked. So I thought we were going to race in like a pool with 8 people in your lane. It was just, I was all over the place.
Oh, that's so cute. How old were you at the time?
Oh, I was probably 8, maybe 9, around there.
Yeah. Maybe as young as some of these girls up here on the blocks there, so that's exciting. Did you have older brothers or sisters that swam?
Nah, I was first in the family to swim. So,
and did anyone follow you afterwards?
Yeah, my sister, but then she stopped shortly after. It wasn't for her. You know, I don't blame her as well. It's kind of, you just look down it's an individual sport, look down a black line back and forth, so I kind of get why people kind of shy away from the sport. But
what made you
need to be
stay
you need to be a lot driven to continue and, perform at a very high level like they do at the World Championships. Now we have Heat 2. We've had a technical error, but they fixed it now, and here we are.
Yeah, I'm sure it's quite an exciting time, and also, swimming teaches you a lot of things, doesn't it? And a little bit of a ripple on the water as the wind comes from the city side of the pool, and it's looking really close between all of our girls right here.
I mean, 50s are always very close. It always comes down to who can push themselves in those last 5 meters.
Yeah, we've got from Surrey Park, Hannah Sorota in lane 4, and then looking also quite close, Charlotte Gange in lane 6. Lane 8 also looking really well, Madeline Anderson, and it is Hannah Sorota in lane 4, 44.97. Awesome work. Lots of PBs there too by our girls.
.39 reaction time from lane 3. I think that's the fastest I've ever seen in my life. .39. That is very, very fast. That's what I was talking about earlier. You need to work on those explosive bits of your race just so you can maximize and make sure that whenever you're at your fastest, which is at the starting blocks, make sure you capitalize on that.
Yeah, well, I think maybe Mia Gu has. She's looking on fire. She just looked to the right of her to see in lane 4 Tiffany Miet as well, and also in lane 7 we have Layan Hisan Iman. The girls raced yesterday a few of these ones, and it is Tiffany just out in front by less than a second, 42.91. All the girls looking up at the board, seeing their time straight away. All right, this is heat 4 and 4 for our girls, 11 and under, 50-metre breaststroke. Coaches are hopping from the side of the pool. Lots of booming voices. They do take it quite seriously. These athletes are driven even at this age. And so we've got in lane 6 leading the way Lucy Reed. Not too far behind her, Celia Jintong Yang. We also have persevering in lane 2, Elsa Wang. Let's see what happens. And they are the 3. Lucy, 39.52. Nice work. And then Lexan Zhao and Elizabeth Zhang as well following up there.
All right, we move to the boys now, 11 and under, 50 breaststroke. We've got 2 heats, and then we move on to some 200 breaststroke events. I'm surprised the officials are not holding them as on the blocks as long as they have last night. I think it depends on the starter on each end. Yesterday they were holding them pretty long, today not so much. I think we need to take into account about all those different, let's say, factors in a race when you're training. You need to practice starting right away, practice delaying your start, ensuring you can perform with both.
And we're looking at lanes 0, 2, 3 and 4 just here. 4 Benjamin Nolan just out in front from Loretto Aquatic. Coming up as well in lane 6, Jacob Lamb. Let's see what happens. Benjamin Nolan, 45.15, followed by Oliver Jim, lane 3. And then Jacob Lamb in lane 6 just there. And this is what we were just talking about. This is a little Abdul in the pool.
Well, I was probably more little than 10 years old when I had my first competition, but yeah, I was getting those times as well around there.
Because even for like the size of our athletes here, 50 metres is a long way. It can go forever.
Yeah, that's true. That's why you never see 11. Well, it's not never. You rarely see sort of 10 and 11-year-olds doing a 400 IM or something. So you always see them start out in 50s, and then as they grow older, they sort of mature more.
And Oscar Magalotti here. Let's check out his time. He has just gotten under his qualifying. Nice one. Followed by Jamie Dong and Nicholas Robson. Great swim, boys.
All right, now we move to the girls, 12 to 13, 200 breaststroke. We've got 4 heats, and this is heat 1.
there's our first 3 swimmers in the water. Heat 1 of 4. So in lane 3, Chloe Hugh from PLC Aquatic. Lane 4, leading at the moment. Bit of power in this first 25 here. Yarulin Wang. And in lane 5, Jacqueline Ho. So the first 50 metres here, and at the split, Roland at 43.94. So Chloe Hugh speeding up just a little bit more there, and then Jacqueline Ho, and we'll see if the distance splits over the time. And so it's great to have swimming back here at MSAC. It's our first event of the year. Well, thanks to Swimming Victoria who put it on for us. They do a lot of hard work. They're a great team. Hopefully everyone here listening and watching on Swim TV has had a fantastic festive break and enjoyed a little bit of summer. For here in Victoria, it finally arrived. We had a lot of rain end of last year, which wasn't so great, and I just know that a lot of people are out in pools, in outdoor pools, doing their training now, which is just a great vibe. It's good to see. And so Yarulin Wang leading here still. Keeping up with her though, Chloe Hugh in lane 3, and not too far behind then we have Jacqueline Ho in lane 5. So we've had quite a few swimmers from Essendon District Aquatic at this meet. They've been going quite well. And then Surrey Park as well. They've got their very well-known caps with their SP standing out against their black background. And this is our final 50 metres here for our first 200 breaststroke heat. I think she's just in a race of her own. Yarulan Wang in lane 4. She's just looking nice and calm. The focus is getting to the wall at the moment. And I feel for Chloe, it was just a little bit over a little bit. Coming in second just here. But Yarulang 3:19.06. Nice work. Chloe 3:23.42.
12-second PB for Wang in lane 4. That is, for a 200 event, that is very fast.
That's super exciting for her.
To improve 12 seconds. Very well done.
And heat 2 coming up. And a great start by the girls just there. Really giving it a crack at the start is Keelia Enters in lane 0. And then a bit of a slower start, but now picking up that pace in lane 2 and 3. Chloe Zhu and Waylon Trong. And in lane 5, looking good, Charisse Chan. Lane 6, Ella McKee. And Charisse gets the lead at that first split just there. And then lane 2, Chloe Zhu, just meshed the name, working really hard, just out in front here at this point in time. Points of a second behind in lane 5, Therese Chang. Halfway, that is 100 metres for the girls. I hear someone yelling out, "Go Chloe," which is nice to hear. That's what it's about, community, team spirit, and just, all of our athletes doing their best today. I've already seen some awesome PBs already this morning. This is our final 50 coming up for our girls here in Heat 2. And it's Chloe Zhu from Melbourne Vic Centre leading the way, not too far behind. In lane 4, it's Charis Chan. Lane 3, Waylon Trong as well. And chasing a little bit more here, up and coming, is lane 6, Ella McKee. I don't think she's going to be able to catch Chloe Zhu though, but they are neck and neck at this point. Let's see what happens. Very, very, very close. And it is Ella McKee who has been able to just pop out in front. 1:16.21. Chloe Zhu just behind. 3:16.39. And again, PBs.
Huge PBs.
Well, Abdul, you did say yesterday that, from ages 12 to 13 with the girls, it is a time of PBs.
Well, yeah, anything I'd say from 12 to 14 to 15 maybe. That's where you make the bulk of your PBs, most of the time. This is Heat 3 of 4 for the girls, 200, girls 12 to 13, 200 breaststroke.
And He Lam Vinci Zhu has had a great start in lane 9. Lane 7 as well, Keisha Lockwood from Bayside. Also swimming very strong. But it is Whaley Liu over in lane 1 that gets that first split time. 50 down. We're at the halfway mark just here. 3 swimmers. Lane 1, Whaley. Lane 4, Lucy Doyle. And lane 7, Keisha Lockwood. Looking very good here. And so, Abdul, can you tell us a little bit about the technique of breaststroke? What's the focus with the timings of the arms and the legs?
Well, everyone's got their own technique, I'd say, that works for them. Even the world champion has a technique that most people wouldn't have thought of before, or at least that's what I've heard. But the general consensus is that with your arms, you probably want to sweep really light, and then your kick does probably about 80% of the work. It's probably in breaststroke, you want to work that kick really hard.
And we have our final 50 here. And Lucy Doyle from Nuttawading really powering through it now. Neck and neck at the moment with Keisha Lockwood in lane 7, who's just slightly out in front just now with the red cap. .306.18 to Keisha. And also Ruby Wallace really picked up that pace. She's just come in 4th just here, but has had a great swim. Nice work, girls. And so this is our final heat of our 200-metre girls 12 to 13 breaststroke. Heat 4 of 4. And a lot more cheers coming from the crowd with this one as well, which is really good to see. Swimming's back. The vibe is here at MSAC. Our swimmers a little bit higher with their bodies out of the water just here in this final heat. And Leona Low-Jimenez is just out in front here at our first 50. Lola Sashames in lane 4 following. And then Zara Olawonyi. In lane 3 as well to be watching. Coming up, looking very ferocious and picking up that pace just there. So from Melbourne Vic Centre, Lola Sashames out in front. Leona in lane 5 from Nuttawading, chasing her here. Halfway mark. And I feel like Lola is holding on here. On her other side, we have Zara from DVE in lane 3, and not too far behind her, Erika and Deco in lane 2 from Surrey Park. Another teammate from Nuttawading as well, Emily Theophanis Madison, also in lane 6. It is neck and neck by the two girls, though, in lanes 4 and 5. What do you think the feelings are when you've got someone next to you in the lane right there and you're neck and neck in this final 50?
I mean, from my experience, I don't really focus on people around me. Maybe in the first, say, 25, I want to gauge where everyone's at. But after that, I kind of just focus in my own lane, make sure that I can last the whole race and execute a really well one.
And I reckon that's exactly what Lola has done. Focused on her own race. She's pushed out in front here by a body length now. Swimming her own race. She's going to keep that pace right to the end. Leona hanging on, but be watching as well in lane 8. We've got Grace Dobby. Let's see the touches on the wall. And it is Grace that has come up into second spot. Well done. Awesome work, Lola. And Leona as well, coming in at that wall in third.
All right, we move on to event 44, the boys 12 to 13. Boys 12 to 13, 200 breaststroke. We've got 3 heats and this is heat 1.
All right, it is now the boys' turn for their 12 to 13-year-old 200-meter breaststroke. And that's a great start there by Alan Zhang in lane 7 from Southeast Swimming. As well as in lane 4, we've got Charlie Warburton. So he's from Yarra Plenty as well. Lane 2 taking charge as well. Jimmy Bow from Northwest Aquatic, who's got the lead here at the first split. Looking really nice and strong out in front. Jimmy Bua ducking and pushing up. Big kick around. And in lane 7, Alan Zhang as well. At the halfway point just here, they are neck and neck, which is super exciting. Let's see how they can last. And over longer distances and with a technical stroke, it is all the little things. It is the attention to detail, and they all add up. So not too far behind Charlie Warburton. Then in lane 5, Damien Mark Aban. All right, final 50 here. Alan Zhang just in the lead at that split. It's very close, though. Let's see what happens there. A second or so difference at that split there. And Alan Zhang really coming home strong just here. Charlie Warburton popping on in as well. But it is Jimmy Boer who just grabs him there by points of a second. So Alan Zhang, 3:10.85. And that is over a 15-second PB for Alan Zhang. That's awesome. Well done. Huge swim.
And coming up on heat 2. Lane 9 was first out the water on the surface of the water. It's really important in breaststroke to maximize your time underwater and also the start, as we said earlier. These can help shave some really easy seconds off your time. A lot of the swimmers here really waiting with the stroke, not very eager to get their RPM really fast. Especially with breaststroke, because after that, say 100 meters, your shin muscles start to hurt, and you want to delay that as much as you can so that you can perform to the best.
All right, coming up to our final split. And it is Christopher Botuan, 2:14.28 on that one. Let's see what happens in this final 50. Jacob Chester in lane 6 chasing, as well as Athen Lim in lane 3. Really pushing it up there.
Coming up on the last 15, lanes 2 in lane 6 have not backed down. They're sprinting to the wall as they should. And 3:02 is the winning time from Christopher in lane 2. It's a very solid 3 to 4 second PB. Very, very nice. Well done. We now approach Heat 3, the last of the boys' 200-meter breaststroke, and then move on to some very speedy 100-meter freestyle.
All right, this looks like it's going to be a tight race here at the moment. A fantastic start by a lot of the swimmers here. Pushing out in front, lane 4, Nathan Ney and Hamish Evans have got a little bit of a battle at the moment on their hands. Let's see if it sticks throughout our 200 metres. And looking pretty good in lane 2 as well. Ashley Lansbury, Xavier Eagle in lane 1. But it is Nathan Ney from Camberwell Grammar out in front. Just behind Hamish Evans from MLC. And then it is Ashley Lansbury from DVE. Following them, it is Xavier Eagle, and then in lane 3, Noah Kuo. Lots of cheers from the crowd. That's what happens at breaststroke. They pop out of the water. They want to be heard. The coaches and teammates. Lots of encouragement. Trying to keep that pace up. Final 50, Abdul, what are your thoughts?
I mean, at this point, shins hurting, biceps and triceps are hurting, everything's hurting, just whatever's left, really, man. Yeah.
You just got to push through it, don't you? And that is Nathan Ney powering home in our final heat. And they've popped into the wall. 2:41.31.
right, this is heat 1 of the girls 14 to 1500 meter freestyle, and we've got 12 heats. Bit of change of pace here from a very long, efficient stroking in the 200s and 400s to 100 meters, which is still relatively a sprint, really. It's just you're not going all out, but you're still going very fast on that 50, first 50 at least.
And lane 3, Charlotte Bullock from Flyers, powering home. Lane 6, Charlotte Anderson. Oh, stretching out. Let's see. And it was going to be Charlotte. 1:08.68. A couple of seconds shaved off. That's really exciting. Great job. That's a nice start for our Heat 2, which is Jasmine Lander in lane 9 from Cheltenham Amateur Swimming. Having a great start. Let's see if she can hold it. Looking good. In lane 4, Imogen Innocent. And in lanes 1 and 2 as well. So in 1, Matilda Hale. And then in lane 3, Ruby Kenda. Couple to watch, but it's not very long when it's only 100 meters. Matilda looking really nice. Power, but smooth power with her strokes. She's out in front by half a body. Let's see what she can do. It's going to be a battle for third there in between lanes 4 and 5. And Matilda, 1:07.15. Again, awesome times, girls, taking it off their qualifying PBs.
All right, last 25. It looks pretty even to me. Ooh, lanes in lane 5 having a battle. Looks like lane 6 might hurt this time. The Yarra Peninsula 1:06 takes the win here. Another awesome PB. 2 seconds actually. Very nice to see. All right, Heat 4 coming up next.
this is heat 12 for our girls, 14 to 1, 14 100 meter freestyle. Popular event. Good to see so many entry as well. Lots of white water in our pool, coming towards the halfway mark, 50 meter mark. Very close. And it is Millicent Van Diemen in 9:31.51. A lit just there, but yeah, much of a minus. Lanes 79. Let's see what happens. Melissa good in lane 9 at the moment. Emily Doyle in lane 5. On the kids, not going to be enough. Melissa home. Nice work. Got the tap. Oh 0639.
Big lane 4 might get the win here. Could be anyone at this point. Last 5, they've all caught up. Lane 4 gets the win, 107.1. Man, first is 107. First swimmers. It was a very close race. I mean, it is the hunter also. You would kind of expect them to be sort of even at the 15, and then always say the last 15 is what makes it all.
Yeah, a super close race before lane 8. We've got Dara Paul from Melbourne Swimming Club, who's had a brilliant start just there. She gets the touch split. Kia Fernando from Bayside in lane 2. Keep an eye on her. And lane 3, Kira Carlin not looking too bad either. And Sienna Scadella. Let's see what happens. It's neck and neck at the moment between Zara and Kiara. Zara gets it, 104.18 in lane 8. Nice work.
Very close across the lanes 3, 4, 7, and 8. Ooh, 104 is the winning time. I think everyone PB'd here. Very nice. All right, this is heat 8 of 12.
All right, heat 8 of 12 in the water now. Really, really close from the start there. From lanes 4 to 9. Halfway mark. Lane 4, Layla Haas. Or Leela Haas. 30.02. Claire Lewis in lane 5, just behind. But I'd be watching lane 3, Amity Lansbury. Gaining some speed here in this final 25 metres. It's neck and neck between her and Layla Haas. Lane 7 is Caddy Young coming up as well. And it is Caddy, or it might be Katie. 1:04.60. Nice work. She really came in with that sprint there.
Looks like it's lanes 0, 1, and 2 at the moment. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 are catching up. Ooh, lane 2, 102.95.
All right, this is heat 11 of 12, so our second last one. We're getting faster as they go. A great start there by Romy Hurd in lane 6. It's a little bit more even as they get the split just here. Romy getting that touch just next to her in lane 5, Judy Hassan Aman. And we've seen these names come up before. They're having a cracker of the past couple of days here at MSAC. Wow, it is going to be a close finish, stroke by stroke. And looking really strong in lane 6, Romy Hurd and Judy in lane 5. Neck and neck. Who's it going to be? Both tapping. Oh my goodness, 0.01 of a second difference. So Romy, lane 6 in front, 1:01.57. Just behind, just Romy Hurd in lane 6. Sorry, Judy Hussein Aman in lane 2, 1.01.58. Oh my gosh, I love when the races are so close like that. It's so exciting.
All right, last heat, fast heat. We've got some 59 seed times here. Let's see what they can do. And looking really nice and strong in lane 5, Jessica Wilson from Nuttawading. It's going to be a close one for second, though. So Jessica, not even one. I went to say one. 58 seconds, 0.35. Just a second off her qualifying time. Nice work, Jess. We're now onto the boys 14 to 15 100 metre freestyle, and this is heat 1 of 9. And in the lead just here at the split, Aaron Wong from PLC. Be watching lane 0 and lane 1 at the moment, though. They are chasing, but it is lane 8, Aaron, and lane 7, Max. And coming up lane 9 as well, Lachlan
But it is 1 Max, 2 Aaron, 3 Harry over in lane 1 over there. Lachlan Riccini, so close. He's almost laughing at it. He's like, oh, close but not close enough. Heat 2 coming up.
All right, Lucas from lane 4 wins with a time of 1:01. Almost everyone PB'd in this heat, so good job.
All right, heat 3 in the lead. Cheng Zhang Jin in lane 3, 28.42. And in this final 50 now, a little bit more power in the pool. He's being chased by Austin Bilsma in lane 2. Lots of whitewash here, but he's looking nice and strong to finish. Benjamin Needham also chasing in lane 4 and lane 6, Blake Hughes. But it is Chen Zhang, 58.43.
Last 15 looks like it's lanes 1, 3 and 0. I think lane 1's got it though. It's looking very strong. 59.41. Beautiful.
All right, heat 5 in the water. A really good start to Keenan Lee in lane 9. And it's Jack Gonzalez in lane 2 with the split lead, but very close. A lot of them 28s, 29s just here. It's going to be a real sprint to the end. But Jack looking a little bit speedier himself. He looks in control here, chasing him in lane 8. William Smith, though, has pushed out in front towards the line. And the wall, in they come. William Smith it is, 58.55, followed by Mohammed Fahmy, lane 6. Oh, a little bit of an update just there. It's Keenan Lee in lane 9 who came in second. Well done.
Looks like it's Max in lane 4 that might get this one. Lane 5s and lane 8 are catching up. Ooh, 58.37 Max from Camberwell Aquatic. Very solid swimming.
All right, this is heat 7, and it is lane 7, Max McGinney, who has had a great start. Looking at lane 6 as well, Noah Conn. And lanes 4 and 5. It is a close one here. They're all coming into the wall at almost the same time. Second between them, 27.06 for Max in lane 7. Jack Morrow in lane 5 wanting to get there as well. Let's see what happens. And Max smashes into that wall, 56.24. Nice work.
Last 15. Lane 5 is looking very strong. Lanes 4 trying to catch up. Lane 6, sorry. Ooh, 55.21. Alessandro from MVC. Beautiful. Nice. Good job.
And our final heat, which should be our fastest one. Heat 9, we're here. And lots of power and waves coming out from the pool just now. And I'll tell you what, that race before, huge touches into the wall there with a lot of speed. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing that again. Stjernberger from Nuttall-Watting, 25.99 on the split, halfway at the 50-metre mark. Campbell, Wilson Moran not too far behind, as well as Toby Callahan. And he's over there in lane 2. Let's see. Stjernberger and Campbell, Wilson Moran, lanes 4 and 5. And Tian into the wall. 53.75.
All right, we move on to some more distance events. 200 breaststroke. This time it's the women's 16 and over. We've got 3 heats of this one.
halfway mark, and it's Rebecca Lang, 1:25.37 from Melbourne Vic Centre in lane 7 on the split, followed by Misha Guy in lane 7, and then Holly Winkles in lane 5. But be wary, chasing her in lane 3, Aaliyah Ord. It'll come down to the final 50 metres, but let's see if Aaliyah can catch up on some of that gap in between. Right, final 10 metres here. And it is Rebecca Lang finishing off strong. Misha Guy in lane 6 trying to hold up and keep it there. But Rebecca pushing onwards.
Still keeping that long stroke, which is important, to 59, just under 3 minutes. I think that's a 10-second PB. Amazing. All right, E2.
Neck and neck between Shiloh in lane 6 and Lucy in lane 7. We've also got Mackenzie coming up in lane 8. And it's Shiloh getting to that wall first. 50 metres down.
Right, last 15. Looks like lane 7's pulling away from the rest of the pool. 2:54. Followed by the MVC and propulsion swimmers. All right, now we move to the last heat.
Heat 3 of 3 here. Our quickest qualifying time was Mikey Verge at 2:34.47. So let's see what can be done around that. And first touch was Mikey, followed by Taylor O'Dell in lane 5 and Charlie Millard in lane 3. And so, Abdul, we have our coaches, you know, when they come out of the water, the athletes, the coaches are yelling, go, go, or hup, hup. Do you think the athletes favour that and like to be, you know, coached on every stroke?
Oh, well, I never hear any of those yelling from coaches and friends. I don't know if these swimmers also hear it. You know, you have the cap down on your ears, so... At least for me, I never heard it, so it never really made a difference.
As in, in the water you didn't hear it? Yeah, that's so interesting, isn't it? Especially, depends what lane you're in, too. If you're in lane 9, you might be a bit closer. And
that's true.
You don't have someone else swimming on the side of you. But whereas, you're in lane 4, you're in the middle. But yes, it might just be a calming mechanism for our coaches and teams. All right, our final 50 metres here. And it is Mikey from Surrey Park. Let's see if she can do anything with her time. On her heels is Taylor O'Dell from Nunawading next door in lane 5. And then on the other side of her, Charlie Millard.
It looks like lane 5 is just catching up. Ooh, 2:38, followed by 2:39. Nunawading have been performing really well this competition. Watch out for them at State Age Championships. I reckon they'll be putting in some amazing times. All right, we move over to the males 200 breaststroke. We've got 2 heats this time.
Underwater for a little longer there. Liam Malloy from Haleberry coming out strong next to him. In lane 8 is Rusiano from Doncaster Templestowe. But it's Nam Lee from Haleberry hitting that touch first just on the 50-metre mark, 34.43. And Justin Zhu from Nunawading also in lane 5. halfway mark. And Nam Lee is looking really good at that split 1:14.73, followed by Justin Zhu. Then Thomas Radford now in lane 6, catching up. Liam Malloy also doing well. Pushing their bodies up, big kick around, but it's their hands scooping that water, propelling them forward. A nice glide, but a quick glide. And he's looking strong with 25 metres to go. I think it's going to be a bit of a chase for the second posse at the moment. You've got Justin Zhao from Nunawading, and then on to the right of him, Liam Malloy from Halbury in 7. And then just on the left, speeding up, lanes 3, Ryan Walker, and lane 2, Reese Moody.
2:36 is the winning time from the Haileybury swimmer. Followed by Liam, also from Haileybury, and Justin from Nunawading. $200 breaststrokes is a painful event, man. Those shins really hurt at the ends. Speaking from experience here. All right, last one, fast one. Got Jack Guri from Nunawading to look out for. We got a 2:17 seated time. Any breaststrokers out there, watch out for how he paces his 200. Maybe we could learn a thing or two.
Final meters just here, and Jack Gurry in lane 4, looking so strong. He's going to get that touch, and oh, I was a little bit early. It is only halfway for Jack Gurry, 1:09.84, which means in lane 2 you need to be watching out for Felix Dressel de Bruyne, because he has time if he catches up with that little bit more speed. It's definitely doable over the next 125 metres. And Owen Warsham in lane 3 gaining as well, and Ziyu Song in lane 1 as well, picking up a bit more speed here. Good to see they've paced themselves. Now is the time to drop that speed into it here. And I reckon Jack Gurry is looking pretty good.
.223 from Jack Gurry, winning time. 2:29 from Felix. Where it looks like the Haileybury swimmer out-touched the Melbourne Vic Centre swimmer. 2:34. Nonetheless, everyone's done very well.
Their presentation for event 46, boys 14 and 15-year-old 100 metres freestyle. In third place from Surrey Park Swimming Club, George Huang. In second place from Melbourne Swimming Club, Tian Berger. And in first place in the time of 53.75 from Hayward Aquatic, Campbell Wilson. Presentation for event 47, women 16 and over 200 metres breaststroke. In third position from MLC Aquatic, Blake Charlie Moore. In second place from Surrey Park Swimming Club, Michael Bryan. And in first place in a time of 2 minutes 38.76 seconds from Melbourne Swimming Club, Taya Odell. The next event is event 49, mixed 50 metres freestyle multi-class. There's one heat in this event.
All right, this is our mixed 50-metre multi-class freestyle race. And as you can see, we've got different categories in there. Ahmed Kelly, S3 in lane 1. Laura Stobie, S8, lane 2. In 3, Andrew Ding, S19. James Logan, S15 in 4. Liam England, S9 in lane 5. Cooper Harrington, S14 in lane 6. Molly Griffin, S7 in lane 7. And Samantha Guaya, S9 in lane 8. And in lane 4, Logan James touches 37.3. We then have Andrew.
The next event is event 50, girls 11 and under 100 metres butterfly. There are 3 heats in this event.
So all getting touches, but none of them are in the same classification. So it's not about who finishes first, it's about the time that goes into the classification algorithm that produces a fair who came first, which is really cool because it allows our swimmers of all different classifications to be able to swim in the same race. Well done to all those who just swam the 50-metre freestyle, our multi-class athletes. Next up, we have our girls 11 and under, 100-metre butterfly. And oh my gosh, Abdul, I don't think as a 10-year-old or even an 11-year-old, I could imagine doing 100 metres butterfly.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it? Huge. It's a very tiresome event as well, 100 butterfly. But I think it's, at this age, it's kind of good practice to get used to those big events so that when they do mature slowly into those longer events, they've got some experience already.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of positives to take away. I'm always so proud of the 11 and unders. I mean, you're proud of everyone. They're absolutely doing their best, but they're just so little and they've come such a long way to even get here today time-wise than doing not 50 metres butterfly but 100 metres. It is a tough stroke. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of upper body strength. You've got to keep those arms out and up above the water. And looking quite nice and even across the pool at the moment. And let's see what they can do on the other side. So, Mariella Simmons in lane 2, and it's Emily Shen in lane 3, Chelsea Zhang lane 4, Thanacha Parom in lane 5, and Joelle Shmizil Cruz 6, and Jasmine Coleman in lane 7. And it's looking like it's a really close one in between Emily Shen in lane 3 and Chelsea Zhang in lane 4 at the moment. Chelsea just out in front. And she's going to make it. Well done. 1:35.25. Massive PBs, I reckon, for most of these girls just here. Awesome work. Heat 2 of 3 is up next.
Parents in the stand who are in urgent need of an extra time to be out in line 7, saying please volunteer their time for the session in line 7 as a timekeeper. Thank you.
And halfway just there, Tiffany Miet, who's had a great competition so far. She's been doing really well. Just out in front, Madeline Regaldo Jones over in lane 1 as well, coming up next and doing so well. So much class in butterfly. As I said, it takes a lot of effort and a little bit more distance between this heat at the moment. Tiffany doing great. Over in lane 6, we've got Alice Smeck, Mia Gu in lane 7 as well. And coming into the wall, Tiffany, amazing effort. 1:18.93. And that is time off her PB for sure with that one. Awesome work. Huge for all these girls, our under 11s. So proud of everyone entering this 100-meter butterfly.
All right, we move on to our last heat of the girls 11 and under 100 butterfly. .36 was the first split. Quick for 10-year-olds, man. Look at that, lane 4. Huge swim, massive. Looks like lane 5 and lane 6 are having a battle of their own though. Lane 6 might out-touch lane 5. Ooh, 1:15 is the winning time. Lexon just had about a 3-second PB in that 100 butterfly. Huge.
Medal presentation for event 48, men 16 and over 200 metres breaststroke. In third place, from Avebury Aquatic, Andrew Tan. In second place, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Felix Dressel Jabroni. And in first place, in a time of 2 minutes, 23.96, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Jack Curry.
All right, it's the boys' turn here. Second half, 3 in this heat. In lane 3, Gianluca Demoz Padovani. In lane 4, Joshua Yetchen Lee. In lane 5, Lachlan Sun. And Joshua Yetchen from Nuttawading out in front at the moment, looking really nice and calm. Seriously, every time I just can't get over how little our athletes are, our swimmers, for 100 metres butterfly, just because I know that when I was 11 or 10, because it's under 11s, no way would I even be able to have done the stroke butterfly, let alone 100 metres worth. 50-metre pool is a lot bigger, well, it looks a lot bigger when you're 10 years old. So well done to everyone here who's just completed their race. Thumbs up from the pool we've just seen. And another one in the pool here. Heat 2 of 2.
Just a reminder to all competitors, please be in the marshalling area, self-marshalling 3 heats before your race. Thank you.
And looking super confident, these first 2 swimmers coming into the blocks. So Oscar Magalotti in lane 4 from Nuttawading, 1:09.26. And then from Surrey Park, Aston Wilson coming just behind. And then in lane 6, Aiden Ramos. 1:09. He has just knocked a couple of seconds off his PB, Oscar. Good to see. Well done, seriously, to all of our swimmers.
The next event is event 52, girls 12 and 13-year-old 100 metres backstroke. There are 8 heats in this event.
All right, this is event 52, the girls soft 1300 backstroke. 8 heats, this is heat 1. Had a good start from the swimmers. At the 25 meter mark, they all look pretty even. Let's see who's got that aerobic capacity to keep pushing through the entire 100 meters.
And it looks like quite a close race here at the moment. Just out in front, Ruby Morgan from Furbank Aquastars. Just by a hand. Coming up is Waylon Trong in lane 5, who, looking from my angle, has overtaken her. He's going to get that touch of the wall. Yeah, 1:24.43. Nice work, Waylon, Ruby, and Macy. .39.69 was the split at the 50 meter mark. Man, look at that. Lanes 3 in lanes 4. I'm actually surprised by their strategy. They're taking it by the long stroking, not very sprinty as we've seen with other heats. Oh, it looks like lane 7's making a ground though. She's pulling away from the rest. Ooh, lane 4 just in front, 1:23.67. Awesome. All right. Move on to heat 3 of 8 coming up. And it's going to be a tight finish just here. Lane 8, Georgie Skinner. And lane 2, we've got Hayley Rankin. But you know what? I missed the middle one according to the board. Let's just wait for these scores. These times. And it is Amelia Nemo. 1:29.4. Well done.
So winning time here, 1:14, Joanne Liu. Man, that's an 8-second PB. Holy. For 100 meters. Man, imagine how much these guys train. Crazy, like 9 times a week or something like that.
9 times a week. Wow.
Yeah.
What days do you put double sessions on? How does that work? Is it morning and evening?
Well, I mean, anything above 7 is probably double, isn't it? So, to improve 8 seconds in 100 meters, you probably need to train more than the average person does. Right, so for newcomers, this is event 52, the girls 12 to 1300 backstroke. This is event heat 5 of 8.
A really tight finish just here across lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Awesome to see. Oh, Kaylee Faulkner, 1:18.56. Then coming in second, Lydia Yang. Third, Jengmin Abral Wong. And fourth, Zoe Gant. Well done, girls. And Surrey Park's swimmer Matilda Clark coming on in, looking very good. 1:15.88. Shaving off 5 seconds on her PB. Well done.
All right, second last heat. Oh, we got a number of non-awarding swimmers in this one.
And having a good swim, Eloise Ravensdale from Nuttawading at the split, 36.23. And then Madison Brand over in lane 7 to be watching, but gaining a little bit more speed.
It's always the back end in those events. Everyone can sprint, but I think with the 100 and above, the bulk of your training should always be like threshold, just to practice that back end.
And Celeste Chang in lane 3 is coming up as well. But in lane 5, Madeline Harvey coming in strong towards the wall. Got the tap. Bopped straight back up. 1:14.50. Nice work, girls.
Coming
final
up.
heat.
Yep.
Number 8 coming up.
Coming up on the speediest heat.
All right, Kira Jeffs from Yarra Plenty Waves in front at the split just there, looking nice and strong. But across the board, we have lots of swimmers that could be coming up our way. And in lane 2 as well, Arika Ndeko, she's having a great competition so far. She's chasing, as well as in lane 6, Grace Dobby.
Very good stroke technique from lane 5. Nice and controlled. 1:09 was the touching time.
Another presentation for men's multi-class 50 metres freestyle. In third position from Yarra Plenty Waves, Ahmed Kelly. In second position from Melbourne Swimming Club, James Logan. And in first place from Nuttawading, Ellie Kimberley. 53, boys 12 and 13, 100 metres backstroke. There are 6 heats in this event.
All right, the 100 metre backstroke. The boys 12 to 13. Coming up next, heat 1 of 6.
All right, 25 meter mark. Looks pretty even to me. .37.55 all the way from out in lane 0. Lane 0 in lane 3. Or I think it might be lane 0. Lane 3's catching up though. .118. Man, 12-second PB. My God. Very, very good job. Probably hasn't swum it for a while, to be honest. But nonetheless, that is huge. Good job to Mac, and good job to everyone else for, I think everyone PB'd as well. Brilliant. All right, heat 2 of 6. So that is heat 2. Well, coming up, heat 2 of 6 heats.
That's a nice start by the boys just here in lane 7. Alfie Conterno. Lane 4 as well, Jordan Silva. And lane 6, Adam Sue. Having a great start to their 100 metre backstroke. And it is Alfie in lane 7 with the split in front, 37.81. That's very nice. Although, be watching lane 3, Callum Otto is out in front and he is pushing it. Beautiful stroke, long, strong arms, hand in, great pace. And then Alfie coming in to contend at the wall, but it is Callum Otto, 1:18.57. Nice work. Alfie in 7 next, and then it is Campbell Mills in lane 2 in 3rd. All right, Heat 3 having a cracking start. Lane 8, Benjamin Van Dyke. Still out in front just here.
Lane 8's already all the way out there.
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah. Might have another 10-second PB. We'll see. The average seat time across in this heat is about 120, 121.
So Aston Robson just following behind, as well as Aaron Boatwright in lane 7 too. But yeah, Ben in lane 8, having a great race. Let's see what time he can get here. Awesome. 6 seconds. Has got a PB. A big hit to the wall. 1:15.77. Lane 2, William Cow had a great start, as well as lane 4, Luca Lim, who is just out in front here at the moment. Michael Fan right next door in lane 5, keeping up, but also Harrison Breckner from Flyers in lane 6 having a good race too. Let's see what happens at the halfway mark. So Luca Lim, Oscar Jackski in lane 1, picking up a little bit of speed there too. Be watching across the lanes here. 25 to go. And it's Oscar Jaxie, lane 1, 1:15.08. A brilliant swim just there, really picking up that pace in the final meters.
Very good underwater from lane 8. Almost utilizing the entire available 15 meters. .35.88 was the split at the wall. Julian Birch from Loreto Aquatic. 35 for 12 to 13 year olds. Man, speed. The Looks like the Northwest swimmer from lane 5. It's going to get the win here. $1:13. Damn. 3-second PB. Huge. Massive swim. All right. Now we head on to the final heat. Fastest C time here is Lewis Gay from Nunawading in lane 4 with a time of 1:02.98.
And in lane 4, having a great start, Lewis Gee. Lane 3 as well, Luca Brown. Flying through, I reckon, leading at the moment, coming up to the halfway mark. That. And it is Lewis Gee who powered away 1:02.59.
Absolutely monster swim from Lewis. Look at that. 1:02. All right. Move on to, in my opinion, a very painful event, if not the most. 200 butterfly. We only got one heat for the girls 14s to 15s.
And Kira Suwira, 33.6 at the halfway mark. Looking nice. We've also got in lane 6, Angelia Bazzato. And in lane 8 as well, Julia Strukovic, heading towards the front of that leaderboard as well. It's quite even where we are right here at the end of the pool. Wow, it's going to be a really close one. Julia in lane 8 is looking pretty good. She's gaining speed towards the end here. Nice flow. And she's got it 1:12.98. Oh, apologies. It is 200, not 100. I was in freestyle brain from our previous races. She has got the halfway lead. That's what she's got, Julia in lane 8. Let's see what she can produce if she can hold it. She's got a really nice flow, as I was saying. A great pattern. Whereas the stroke of Angelia in lane 6, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more splash. And then just backing off a little bit is Kiara Suwira in lane 3.
That's when using those underwaters comes really in handy. You just want to cover as much of that 200 underwater as you can. definitely don't want to swim it 200 fly.
And Angelia has overtaken everyone in the past 75 metres, coming in towards the wall. Nice work, and Imogen Nolan is chasing as well in lane 2. She's going to nip second, and then Julia in third.
Medal presentation for event 52, girls 12 and 13-year-old 100 metres backstroke. In third place, from Surrey Park Swimming Club, Aya and Denver. In second place, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Alice Doby. And in first place, from Yarracounty Lakes, in a time of 1 minute 09.70, Kira James. Medal presentation for event 53, boys 12 and 13-year-old 100 metres backstroke. In third place, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Linda Janasa. In second place, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Luca Brown. And in first place, in a time of 1 minute 02.95 seconds, from Melbourne Swimming Club, Lewis King. The next event is event 55, boys 15, boys 14 and 15-year-old 200 metres butterfly. There are 2 heats in this event.
All right, the boys, we've got Alfie Graves from Surrey Park in lane 3, Riley Hodgins from DVE in lane 4, and Austin Bartlett from Nuttawatting in lane 5. So this is one of 2 heats, and it is Riley just out in front here leading at the moment. And so all the races that we've had today, they're all timed finals. So you may have been hearing our medal presentations that are happening here at MSAC. We've got a podium where medals are received. So timed finals, so most likely it's probably the last heats with the fastest qualifying times that are gaining those. But, you know, a higher time could be from any heat. So it's really about doing your best. All right, halfway, and Riley is leading at the moment just by a second, with Alfie chasing him from behind. All right, coming into the final meters here, and Riley Hodgins really stealing the show in this 3-swimmer heat. Alfie not too far behind, but gets the touch into the wall. That is Riley 2:24.31.
10-second PB for Riley. Also a 10-second PB for Alfie. Nice, very nice. And good job to Austin. Just outside of his PB time. All right, last heat of the boys, 14 to 15, 200 butterfly.
That's a strong start from our swimmers. A little bit more whitewash when you got a few more athletes in the water, hey. So a really nice first 50 by lane 8, William Watson. But it's Eric He from Nuttawading who is in the lead at the moment. Hamish Robson from MLC just behind him. But looking super confident. Hamish Robson in lane 5 as well, chasing Eric at the moment. Coming to the halfway mark, Andrew Ryland in lane 3 as well, following in 3rd leader spot right now. Lane 6, Ryan Chung. And a number of our other swimmers from the lanes on the other side of the pool. Eric Lee, he holding the lead, but yeah, Hamish Robson really looking to go for it. He's got his hands up and over, hands coming out of the water, ready to scoop back down. Eric He getting his body propelled out of the water though, which is a great technique. Still leading. Let's see if he can hang on in our final 50 metres.
As we said yesterday,
and it was all about Eric. He couldn't be caught, but still a great race by Hamish in lane 5 as well. So Eric 2:11.29 there.
as we said yesterday, it was really important to always finish on a full stroke, just so you're not using up more energy than you should. I think a lot of these experienced swimmers have been able to demonstrate that. Very nice, awesome swim. All right, and we go back to some 100-meter backstroke events. This time, instead of 12 to 13s, we are having the women's and the men's 16 and over 100 backstroke.
The next event is event 56, women's 16 and over 100 metres backstroke. The first 2 heats are amalgamated. There are now 4 heats in this event.
All right, back to the 100s. Women's 16 and over. We have 5 heats for backstroke. First one about to get in the water. This is a bit of our older age group.
So they've got 4 heats now. They've combined some heats.
Oh, okay.
So with the new heats, we've got Misha in lane 0, Dana in lane 1, Hannah in lane 2. Oh, looks like we've got an error. Got a problem with the blocks.
And so our technical officials in lane 3 are just sorting out one of our backstroke ledges. And so the backstroke ledges allow a foot grip off the side of the pool for our athletes to have a better spring into the start of their race.
Very nice underwater from lane 3.
Coming back for our 100, it's lanes 2 and 3 at this stage. Hannah from Surrey Park and Abigail. But it is lane 8, Charlotte. I'm just waiting for all the scores to come up just now. All of our times. And I do believe that was Charlotte. That is a bit mucked up on the board from some of our splits, but that's okay. I believe it was Charlotte in lane 8 who got the wall touch first. Well done to all our swimmers.
32.91. Tara Manawading swimmer was the first split. Just creating some more distance from the rest of the pool. She's got a nice balance between sprint and long strokes. Very rare when you see someone who perfects that, just like Tara. 109 was the winning time. Awesome job for everyone. All right, 2 more heats.
All right, Melissa Sharp is halfway. And she is the leader at the moment, but we've got a few of our swimmers coming on in. Lane 6, Alyssa Lever. Next to her, Kate Middleton. That are going to challenge her, and it is Alyssa from Nunawading looking strong to finish. Chantal Underwood in lane 9 also looking pretty good, but it is Alyssa 107.74, followed by Melissa Sharp and then Kate Middleton. Nice work, girls.
Oh, beautiful underwater across the whole pool. And still looks pretty even. Very good swimming. 31.4 from Alana Banks. First at the 50-meter mark. Still looks pretty even. 25 left to go. It's all about sprint. It's all about sprint from here on. 15. Looks like lane 6. Lane 6 might get the win. Samra from DVE, 104 touches him first. Fantastic.
No presentation for event 54, girls 14 and 15-year-old 200 metres butterfly. In third position from Peninsula Hurricanes, Julia Stiktovich. In second place from Surrey Park Swimming Club, Imogen Morgan. And in first place from Evergreen Cottage in a time of 2 minutes 38.8 seconds, Angelia Bearzado. The next event is event 57, men 16 and over 100 metres backstroke. There are 5 heats in this event.
It's time for the boys now. So, men 16 and over 100 metre backstroke. And it's Alexander Dahlberg hitting the wall halfway, 31.66 at the split. Be looking for Jacob Lawrence on the outside in lane 1. And then also lane 3, Maximus Gray as well, picking up a little bit of a pace. It's neck and neck, but Alexander in lane 6 is just out in front. He's going to take it home. 1:05.96. And this is a close finish just here. Wow-wee. 4 and 5 just out in front, I reckon, or it could be lane 1 even. And it is Ethan Apap. 1:06.06. Well done. Daniel Dean coming in second just there, just behind And then Patrick Forster. So close. Points of a second. Nice swim, guys. And Samuel Scardella from Propulsion looking nice and strong. Though lane 8, Ethan Ravenstaff, Nuttawading coming in close. He'll hit a close second. So Samuel Scardella 1:03.69. All looking up on the board just here. Everyone is really keen to know their times. And it's a warm day here at MSAC. It's about 33 degrees and it's a little bit humid. So no need to pop all the jackets on after they hop out of the pool. Our next heat is coming up. Heat 4 for our men's 16 and over 100 metre backstroke.
We have an infraction report for event 57, H2. This woman in line 4 did not break the surface of the water at all before the 15-metre mark after the start. That's event 57, H2, line 4.
Lane 4 takes out this heat, 1 flat. These are some really fast times. However, we do have one more heat. And in this heat, we've got Anthony Basunas, who's seated as a 56. Last 25, it looks like Basunas is powering through. Huge splash. Basounis touches him first.
The next event is event 58, mixed 100 metres breaststroke multi-class. It is one in this event.
Dylan Logan 34.19 at the turn. Andrew Dean 41.61. James Logan 46.54. And Cooper Harrington 49.51. Dylan Logan, a time of 1:14.1.
There is an infraction on board for event 57, field 5. The swimmer in lane 9. Head did not break the surface of the water at all before the 15-metre mark after the start. That is event 57, field 5, lane 5. Medal presentation for event 56, women's 16 and over 100 metres backstroke. In third position for Melbourne Swimming Club, Shandy Chow. In second place from Surrey Park Swimming Club, Alana Banks. And in first place from DBE Aquatics, in a time of 1 minute 04:08 seconds, Semra Olawini. The next event is event 59, women's 12 and over 400 metres individual medley. There are 3 heats in this event.
This time around, event 59, the last event, the women's 12 and over 400 IM. It's 3 heats, and this is the first heat. approaching the 100-meter mark now, 1:16.75.
That has been handed into Bell's property. It is at the technical director's area, down at the tunnel at the start end of the pit. If you have lost an Apple Watch, come and tell us what colour it is and pick it up.
.244, halfway mark of the race. Surrey Park Sumo in lane 2. He's absolutely killing it. All right, final leg, the 100-meter freestyle. It is a very tiresome event, so you'd expect them to still be holding a long, efficient stroking rather than sprinting. But let's see if in the last 50 meters anyone has anything left. Looks like lane 5 is going for a sprint. Might be able to catch up to lane 2. All right, winning time of this heat, 5:39. Imogen Nolan from Surrey Park. Julia in second, and it looks like lane 4's Kayla might get that third. All right, the second heat, and there are 3 heats in total. So 2 more before this morning concludes. All right, coming up at the halfway mark now, 2:35, Isabella Osborne, MLC. I feel like with events like these, this is, except for the last 50 maybe or last 25, you should not be sprinting at all, at least for me. This is my opinion. You really, 400 freestyle on its own is already hard, but when you chuck in, you know, butterfly in there, and backstroke, it just becomes a whole lot harder. So containing your energy and managing it across the whole race is really, really important. Isabella wins this heat 5:22.51. A nice 10-second PB. Lucy Doyle second and Kate Lewina in third. Very nice swimming from everyone. Huge PBs. All right, last heat of the morning.
This is the last heat for today's program. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the timekeepers for coming down, donating their time to help us run this event today.
And it's Ivy Lee in lane 6 leading at the moment in the split. So Ashley Dunn looking good in lane 0, but she'll need to speed up a little bit more. It's lanes 3, 4 and 5 here. 5, Xander Chow from Nuttawading, looking very strong coming into the wall. Another Nuttawading swimmer, Kira Lee in lane 3, coming forward. Time for the backstroke. Yeah, I really feel when it's, 100 meters each leg that it can really split them, and then you can see a lot of movements across the pool, because if your favored stroke comes, you're going to blitz it and then they're going to catch you on the other side. So I really think that we have to wait to that final 50 to really know. But Xander Chow in lane 5, followed by Madison Cooper in lane 4. Ashley Dunn still doing well on the other side, as well as lane 2, Michaela Larkin, and 3, Keely Shepherd. It's just dropped back a little bit in this backstroke leg. And the breaststroke leg, Xander looking pretty strong here, being followed by Madison Cooper. And going into the change, Xander still leading. Madison Cooper not too far behind though. 100 metres of freestyle left. In lane 2, Michaela Larkin has come up, and then lane 0 and lane 3, Ashley and Amelia wants to watch, and also Annie Steele in lane 9 pushing up a little bit further too. And lane 6 around that same mark, Ivy Lee. And great work to Xander Chow, 5:04.88. 5:02.88, apologies. And then about 8 seconds later, Madison Cooper in lane 4. And then Michaela Larkin in lane 3, 5:16.01. And it's been a great morning here at MSAC this Saturday morning for our 2023 Metro Champs. It's been nice to have Abdul on the mic.
And in first place, the medal is in the time of 2 minutes
That's something. Is your background both sides? That side? What's the other side?
Well, that side's half Swiss, half Australian.
Yeah.
And mum's Australian. Back Scottish.
Yeah. Is Finn Dyson Scottish?
No, Swiss German.
It's German. I was going to say, I would have thought like German. I would have thought Finn Dyson. Yeah. Alrighty, and welcome to the second session on the Saturday here of our Victorian Metro
long course championships. We have Heat 1 here, event 60, the men's 12 and over 800 freestyle. I think we're just about ready to go here. We're just getting some lap counters down the far end for this 800. All right, so it looks like we are ready to go for our afternoon session here with the 800 freestyle, event 60. The men's 12 and over, 800 freestyle. So I think, as we heard there with self-marshal, we may only have 2 heats of this. Alrighty, Chelsea, you've had a busy morning commentating this morning. Any highlights so far?
Oh, you know what? My favourites are the under 11s. Go gooey-eyed because they're so cute and little, but, they just did 100 metres butterfly, and that's ferocious, for an under 11-year-old. Hey, such a big achievement. And they didn't even look like they were struggling whatsoever, so I'm super proud of the little swimmers.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's always good to see the little guys in action. It's a great opportunity for them to be able to race at a Metro Champs, and then hopefully will lead into, for them, Victorian State Championships in March, which is about a month and a half away now. So it's a great practice swimming morning and night. So just coming through that first 100 there, Sebastian Cunningham leading us through there in about a 1:10. So the 800 free is a pretty hard race to race, and it's really important these guys get out pretty quick, but not out too hard, and it's really important then they keep efficient and build these hundreds. I know some coaches like to think of the 800 in blocks of 200s, so 4 200s, and you're trying to descend those into that last 200 where you're really flat out maxing it. But these guys, we've done a lot of practice in training around that efficiency and holding a certain stroke rate, holding a certain time per 50. They've been doing sets where they might be doing 24 100s, descending, 1 to 6, where they're trying to get faster. They might be doing 20 50s, things like that, holding their 800 pace. And we're coming down to the 200 metre mark now, and it looks like over there in lane 2 might be Matthew Moran leading through at the 200. We'll see on the turn here. And I've been Lachlan Roccini in 226.2.
And so, Tim, the turns do add up. How do they train, or how do you learn to turn in swimming?
But yeah, you got to start at those real junior levels, real basics. Without actually swimming, it's really important just to practice just jumping into the wall and getting your feet to land on the wall properly. I know when a lot of juniors will try and turn without before their feet have actually touched the wall. I know it's funny as it sounds, but a lot of junior swimmers will try and flip and push off without letting their feet solidly land on the wall. So you strip it right back, keep it super basic, and then you build the skills into it where you gradually build them up to swimming into the wall. And then you try to then aim for them to swim into the wall, streamline off the wall.
Yeah, do you want to aim to be close to get as much,
Yeah, you want to be
propulsion coming off it?
Yeah, you think of it like a tennis ball. Hit the wall hard. The harder you hit the wall, the harder you're going to come off the wall. And so it looks like here Lachlan Roccini's started to pull away from the field just marginally. Matthew Moran sitting in second there from Bayside in lane 2. But it will be Roccini leading through this 300, turning a 340.
Just looks like, they're going for a nice leisurely swim, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's definitely not a leisurely swim, this one.
Absolutely not. Really not. And so also looking at, the different breaths we're seeing. So, some's every stroke, some's every 2 strokes. That would be, with their sets as well, wouldn't it?
I think most of these guys would probably choose one side to breathe to, breathing every 2, because you get in a bit of a rhythm. I know some swimmers like to breathe 3, but it's a bit more rare these days. Because you sort of do find as you do a lot of training that you do become one side more dominant than the other. and you do eventually become a little bit more efficient breathing to that one side. And you can see here with Lachlan Ricchini how as that left arm enters, he breathes over to his right side just as that arm enters, and then that right arm comes over just as his head's coming down. So it's a really efficient stroke for him. All right, we're coming down the halfway point now, and it looks like Lachlan's going to turn under 5 minutes pretty comfortably here in a 4:55. His entry time is 2:22, so he's probably on track at this stage for a bit of a PB here if he can hold on to his current pace. But this is always a challenge now for him, is that he's gone out pretty hard. He now has to try and hang on to that.
And so do you think a focus for 800 swimmers would be consistency?
Definitely, yeah. These guys are going to be doing a lot of training, a lot of work in training, so they're not going to be doing those sprint sets where they do high intensity long rest. They're going to be doing lower intensity with short rest. So they're going to do a lot more repetition stuff, doing a lot more kilometres in training versus the sprinters.
And so for our viewers at home, the classification of long distance and sprinting, where does it mesh over to the long distance side of things?
Sorry, what do you mean by that one? Sorry?
So when you're talking about sprinters and long distance swimmers,
Yep.
For the people at home, because or parents, grandparents, watching in, checking out how their swimmers going today, where does it mesh over? What classifies as short distance and this then as long distance?
Okay, so look, I think sprinters are more that 50, 100, sometimes 200 is sort of more sprint group. I always... I always sort of find the sprinters are that 50, 100, sometimes a 200. I sort of classify a middle distance group, which I sort of think of the 200 and 400 metre swimmers. So your 2 IMs, your 2 breaststrokes, fly, and 400 free, 4 IM. That's sort of your middle to distance. And then I think the longer distance guys are always the 800s and 15s and open waters. So I think there's sort of 3 categories in swimming of distances. And these guys here would probably also, being an 800 swimmer, they probably also do the 400 free, or they would do the 15. That would be the sort of the races that these guys would be aiming to do. All right, so coming down the wall now, he has built up a bit of a lead now, Lachlan Ricchini. Let's see what he turns in here, and he's turning a 7:24.7. He has a solid lead over here over his teammate Liam Walker, who's turned in a 7:30. So he is 6 seconds behind him. It's going to be hard to catch him in this last 200. And sitting in third place is Matthew Moran. So he's built up a solid lead here, Lachlan Ricchini, and he is looking really smooth out there in lane 3.
And as a swimmer, at this part of the race, what are you telling yourself in your mind?
I think I'd be telling myself to try and descend this last 200, so I'm trying to get faster in this last 200 compared to those first 3 200s. Or, obviously, you may not actually time-wise be going faster, but if you can imagine that you're trying to descend it in terms of your effort, that is how you'd be trying to race it.
Yeah, I think it's really important, the mental strength of these swimmers, because, they're out there by themselves. Yep, we've got our coaches yelling out, but really sometimes you can't hear a thing when you're in a race.
Yeah, when you're racing out there in the middle of the pool especially, it's quite hard to hear. If it's a little bit quieter like today is, you may be able to hear someone yelling out sort of that girl like you hear some coaches do, but it is pretty difficult. So it looks like he's increased his lead out to 8 seconds now. So I think Lachlan Ricchini's going to take out this first heat of this 800 free. And you hear that whistle being blown there is actually a signal for the last 100. And so these guys will be starting to hurt pretty hard by now. And they've got 100 metres to go, so they're just going to put everything left in the tank into this last 100.
That's exactly what I was thinking when you said, final leg of the race where you go, turn it up a little bit more, and you
put whatever you got left.
You've got in that tank left over, now's the time.
It is quite hard, too, to race a long-distance race like this because often these swimmers will swim their own race, and there's a lot of different age groups here. You've got 12-year-olds, 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. So the time differences between some of these guys is a big margin, and it's not easy if you're in one of these outside lanes swimming it by yourself almost. So coming down the wall now, Lachlan Ricciuti's going to take this one out, and it's a big PB. He's just gone a 9:51, so he's just taken off about 31 seconds off his entry time.
Wow.
And also Liam Walker has absolutely smashed that. He's gone a 9:56. He's taken off 30 seconds. So these boys have absolutely smashed their entry times. And in third place is Lachlan Moran, who's also taken off 22 seconds. Only 22 there. So the top three there have absolutely smashed that out. Well and truly under 10 minutes there from Lachlan and Liam. So that's two really good swimmers by both those two boys.
And that's exactly what's been happening, this competition this weekend already. We've been seeing lots of PBs and lots of entry times being smashed so far the last couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a sign that these guys have been in a really heavy block of training. Been working really hard throughout summer. It's the best time of year to train. You get up early in the morning to train, it's warm. The afternoon, it's still warm as well, and it's bright. It's not cold and dark, so you're definitely a little bit more motivated this time of year to actually want to train, especially if you're training outdoor. I know training outdoor in winter is sometimes not the most fun.
They say the pools are heated, but
so now we have heat 2 here. So I think we do still have the 3 heats of the 800 free. So expect a bit of a drop in time into this second heat. Our fastest entry is Oscar Campbell from Cheltenham with an entry time of 9:20, but it should be a really good battle between him and Archer Lark and also Jack Gibson because their times are 9:21 and 9:29. So just 8 seconds, I know it sounds a lot, isn't actually that hell of a lot over an 800. So it could be a good battle between those three in the middle of the pool, but anything can happen. It's racing, so we might see a few surprises in this race too.
Well, actually, that's also what we've been seeing over the last couple of sessions is a lot of outside lane wins, which has been really interesting.
Yeah, it's always good to see a smoker from the outside coming through. And so Oscar Campbell is going to take out this first 100 pretty hard out in a 102. So he has attacked that first 100, which is good to see. Now he's going to have to see if he can build this 800 and get under that, maybe under that 9-minute mark.
Because Jack Gibson in lane 3 from MLC is, hot on his heels there. And then, as we were saying about outside lanes, looking at Callum Rosetto and Tan William in 8 and 9 as well, just down the bottom of the screen.
And so just about 0.7 separating Gibson and Campbell in lanes 3 and 4 at the moment. In third place is Callum Rosetto. So bit of a spread across the field in this first sort of 150. Keep your eye in the middle of the pool though. Archer Lark and Luca Brown are probably two that will finish quite strong. So we'll see what these boys can do.
And so it's all the little things over an 800. It's the attention to detail tweaks that, can add up to those seconds. As you said, like 8 seconds behind on an entry time. Not too much, if you just tweak something over 8 laps, that's 8 seconds if you've gained a second each lap. And also good to have you all joining us from home, wherever you are in the world. I'm guessing there's a lot of people in Australia, but we have a lot of people, come by and pop onto Swim TV, check out their swimmer, whether you're a grandparent, auntie, uncle, mum, dad. You might be at work even with a little sneaky phone underneath
Check and have a look, yeah.
the desk just to check it out. But yeah, thanks for joining us today.
It's definitely the advantage of the internet these days, isn't it? Having live streams. I know back in the day, we never really had these events broadcasted anywhere. So it's really handy for these swimmers also in terms of their coaches' feedback. They can always go back and have a look at their race and see where they can improve, or look at where they lost or where they won the race too. So it just opens a lot more opportunities for swimmers to critique themselves and improve. And so Oscar Campbell's had a pretty fast first 300 there, turning a 3:22. So he has opened up about a 3-second lead over Jack Gibson. Alrighty, so we're coming down now to the halfway point here, and we've said his name a little bit so far, but Oscar Campbell is going to lead through. And I think Jack Gibson's had a strong fourth 100 here, and he has closed the gap marginally and out wide close to us here on the grandstand side. Callum Rosetto has been continually pushing hard over here, so he's had a really good first 400. He is sitting in third place. He's about 3 seconds off the 2 leaders there, and the gap has slowly, the gap has narrowed there between Jack and Oscar. So Oscar will want to keep that little buffer he has over these other 2 boys at the moment.
What do you reckon, Tim? Do you reckon for your motivation out there, it's better to be out in front and you can't really see anyone? Or do you reckon just behind someone where you know that the chase has got to be on?
Well, I think if you're chasing, you're not setting the pace. Like, it's not on your terms. I think when you're leading, it's on your terms. So you can control the race a little bit more. So I think it's always better to be in front. And then if someone does try and challenge you, you've got to find a way to then lift that intensity where you need to. But in the past, I guess we have seen a lot of swimmers who sit on someone, use them as their pace setter, and then they try and run over them in that last 100 or last 150. But Oscar Campbell, he's kept that little buffer, as we're saying, over Jack Gibson and Callum Rosetto. So they turn here at the 500. He's turned in a 5:46. So there's about a second and a half lead.
And then look at Archer Lark and Luca Brown in 5 and 6 there, neck and neck as well, just behind the leaders.
Yeah, those boys might start to make a little bit of a move here, and I think they actually are starting to catch up a little bit to Oscar Campbell. And I think it's hard for us to see from this angle here as we come down this turn, but I think these 2 are really neck and neck now. They are. There you go. Just 0.17 of a second is separating now Jack Gibson and Oscar Campbell, with Oscar just leading, while Callum Rosetto's also pulled up within 1.3 seconds of these 2 as well. So the gap is starting to narrow, and I wouldn't be sleeping on Luca Brown and Archer Lark. They are both starting to move through as well, so expect them to have a strong last 200 here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an exciting last 100 metres that is going to be coming our way. Yeah, Callum Rosetto, I reckon he's, keen to press up. There's not much in it now.
Well, there you go. Jack Gibson, has actually passed him on that 6th 100 here. Now, these other 2 boys here, Archer Lark and Luca Brown, actually are within 3 seconds. And Luca Brown is starting to move through. You can see him starting to catch up. Looks like Callum Rosetto's still hanging on over there, though, out wide. Let's see the turn here between... Oh, there you go. Neck and neck. Pretty much turning dead even, these 2 boys.
0.01 in it from the final split.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting last 150 here. Well, the 2 leaders have actually put their head down in that 50 there, pulling away from the field again.
And Jack Gibson is stretching out his lead now with a half a body
he's
length
about
out
half
in
a body
front.
length off, yep. And there's the whistle here for this last 100. Let's see what these boys can do here. It is going to be a good finish. And it looks like Jack Gibson is really bringing the legs in here, and he is starting to pull away from Oscar Campbell. And finishing strong is Luca Brown. I reckon he's got himself up into third place now, and he's gaining on Oscar Campbell for that second place. All right, here we go for this last turn here. As the boys turn. And, it's a bit of a solid lead now for Jack Gibson. He's pulling away. He's finishing really strong. It's going to be a good sprint, though, for second place between Oscar Campbell and Luca Brown. Here we go. We're coming down the last 15 metres here. And it looks like it's going to be Jack Gibson taking it out. And it's a real battle on for second. And he is going to take it out to 9.16. And in second place there, Luca Brown, followed by Oscar Campbell. And it looks like Jack Gibson has just dropped 13 seconds off his time there. Luca Brown's just dropped a solid 20 seconds. And in third place there was Oscar Campbell in a 9.19, who's also done a small PB there by a second as well. So another fast heat there. All right, so this is heat 3 of 3 of the 800-metre freestyles. And unfortunately, we've got a bit of a gap in the middle of the pool here, which will make it hard. So no Xavier Kearney or Campbell Wilson-Moran in this one. So I'll be interested to see how these guys actually pace themselves, because two of the faster guys won't be there. And so someone else is going to have to set the trend for these boys.
Yeah, and so just the first split, Rohan Wen. But it's still close at this stage. Yeah, interesting that the fastest boys are out. They have been racing in other races already the last couple of days. But everything here today is timed finals. So it's about that fastest time that, you know, stops the clock at the end of the race, and there's medal presentations throughout the session.
Yeah, and I think coaches for a lot of these really good guys won't be saying do one event, or, you know, I think they'd be wanting these guys to sort of treat it as a really hard training block where they're going to get up and race two or three events a day, get themselves ready for a state championship where they may race 2 heats, 2 finals and a relay each day. And so a fast first 100 there. Leading the way is Rowan Wine in lane 5, followed by there in lane 2 is Ross Sikiotis. I had a good chat with Ross Sikiotis actually a little bit earlier before the race, and he was pretty keen to smash this 800 out, and he was excited that he got the chance to race a swimming veteran in lane 1 there, Darius Schultz, the 31-year-old. So he's over doubled the age of Ross. So pretty cool little stat there, seeing a 31-year-old and a 15-year-old next to each other over there in lanes 1 and 2. And so we're coming down now to the first block of this 200, and we'll see what they turn in. And so it looks like Joshua Kahn's leading through there at 2:10. So out pretty quick. So for these guys now, it's going to be, can they now descend these next 3 200s? And Let's see if anyone can get well under that 9-minute mark. And Joshua Khan's still leading through, followed by Xavier Purcell and then Rowan Wine. So those three across the field there. Looks like Ross and Darius out wide there have probably dropped off the pace a little bit off these three boys leading the way. It does look though Joshua Khan's is the pace setter out here in lane 6, so he's sort of putting his head down here, a bit of a catch me if you can. So he's done that 100 there in about a 106. So let's keep in mind there he's probably pacing around about 105, 106s. And so those three there, although it does look like Darius and Ross over there in lanes 1 and 2 might be sort of catching back up again here in this fourth 100. But right now it is all on Joshua Khan's, and he's built a solid lead now. Let's have a look how much of a lead it is. In fact, it is over, it's about 3 seconds now. And he is looking pretty relaxed. You can see he's not kicking too hard just yet. And so turns here in a 4.22, and Purcell will turn in second in a 4.26. So he has increased that lead by about a second. Now, it is 4 seconds, and he's got another 400. So can he hang on now for this second 400 after setting a solid pace there? I think it's really important too for these guys, is for the boys who are sitting second behind Josh Khan's, is maybe not to panic just yet. It is 4 seconds, but you can make up 4 seconds over 400 pretty easily. So for these guys, it'll be trying not to push too hard and blow the fuel tickets too early, but also they don't want to leave their run too late. They don't want to be too far behind him heading into that last 100. So they'd probably want to keep around this distance, maybe even keep it at 2 to 3 seconds if possible. And so now we've got a bit of a break between these guys now. So Carnes will lead, and it's easily in second place is now Purcell. And it's a bit of a battle in third place now between Wine, Schultz, and Sikiotis.
And so, Tim, leading up to today's competition, what would the style of taping be to get ready for the weekend?
Yeah, I'm not sure these guys will be fully taped at this point. They may have backed off a day or two beforehand, but I think with long distance guys, the taper is a lot different to a sprinter taper. And also, I think it also depends on age and muscle mass. I think the bigger you are, the more of a taper you do need, just because your body takes longer to adjust to taper. So I think these younger boys out here who are sort of 14, 15, they probably didn't get as much of a taper as these 17, 18 and 31-year-olds. So as we're coming down here to the 600-metre mark, and so he has led from start to finish here, and let's see how much of a lead it is now. It is now still, it's about 5 seconds. So he is increasing his lead with each 100 over Purcell, and Rowan Wine sitting in third. Now, for these boys, it's going to be a lot of work to catch up to Josh Carnes from here. Alrighty, so we are coming down to this last 100 here, and this looks like this is going to be Josh Carnes to lose. Xavier Purcell is starting to bring the legs in and lifting his rate. You can see he's trying to catch up here. He has a lot of work to do, though, in this last 100. Rowan Wine comfortably in third place now. And it's a bit of a battle between the veteran Darius Schultz and the young buck over there, Ross Sikiotis, for fourth place. And so he still has a 5-second lead here, Josh Carnes. I'm not sure these boys are going to catch him here in this last 100.
No, I don't think so either. And the confidence would be rising as well, which, that mental positivity just pulls you forward even further.
Yeah, I think he would know. He's got such a lead. Just put his head down. I know he's hurting, but finish it off strong and hang on. And so coming down the wall now, will be Josh Carnes taking out. It's going to be a great swim. His entry time was 8:58. He's gone 8:46, so he has gone 12 seconds under. And finishing strong there, Xavier Purcell, in 8:52. He's also gone 4 seconds under. And Rowan Wine's also gone 2 seconds under his entry time. So, whilst on, boys, and Ross and Darius over there in fourth and fifth, around that 9 minutes and 9:01, so just over that those entry times there and just over that magical 9-minute barrier.
And a big thank you to our lap counters as well at the other end of the pool,
Yeah,
the
they've done a good
50-metre
job there.
end. We
Can't happen without them.
Yeah, we need them. We love our swimming community and how they get involved. Our final swimmer just coming to the end of the pool now, Riley Cunningham.
Alrighty, so we move on now to event 61, the mixed 200 IM multi-class. So we have 3 swimmers in this one. It may actually only be 2 swimmers. I think we might be missing Dylan Logan. Is he not out there for this one? So it looks like we have James Logan, his brother, and Cooper Harrington in lane 3. And underway here for this 2IM. So for these boys, it's about how far off they are off the world record in terms of their times and the points scored. As we have 2 sort of different categories racing here between James and Cooper.
So Cooper is SM14 and James Logan is at SM15.
And so James with a solid first 50 out there in a 34. He has an entry time of 2:59. So for him today, he'd be definitely wanting to get under that 3-minute mark again. And for Cooper, an entry time of 3:38. So he'd be trying to definitely get under, hopefully maybe even that 3:35 mark. And so James now coming down at the end of this first 100. It's always a pretty hard event, the 2IM, because it's quite hard to even find a rhythm because you're doing all 4 strokes of a short distance, so you can't really get into a rhythm, and you've got to try and swim to your strengths a little bit more. And I know for a lot of IM swimmers, the breaststroke's really important because it is the slowest of the 4 strokes. So you've really got to nail that breaststroke and try and, if you aren't strong at breaststroke, try and hang on to a lead early. Or if you're strong at the breaststroke, that's where you try and make your ground and reel those non-breaststrokers in.
Definitely. All right, Cooper Harrington there into the breaststroke leg, 1:41.52.
And we'll see what James turns in here after this breaststroke leg into his freestyle. And it looks like he's going to need about around a 40-second time in this last leg of the freestyle. Yeah, there you go. He's going to have to go about 41 or just under 41 to get under his entry time of 2:59. So expect him to try and finish strong here and put his head down for this last part. And coming down the wall now for James, and Cooper's now turning for his last lap as well. Turning at 2:42, so if he can go under 56 seconds in his last 50 of freestyle, he could be looking at a PB as well. And James coming down now. It's going to be tight. He's going to get right on his time. 2:09.05, 2:59.05, so he has dropped half a second off, so that's a great swim.
All right, Cooper Harrington from Yarra, plenty waves in the last 25 metres now of the 200 IM. He's really going for it with his freestyle coming towards the final metres of the pool just here. He's going to go hard into the wall. Let's see his time.
Yeah, it's hard with the clock stops as well to see 3:27, so he has just taken off 11 seconds. That's a great swim there from Cooper Harrington.
Nice work. He popped up and looked straight at the board, but might have been too quick. He'll find out what it is very soon.
So move on now to event 62, the girls 11 and under 200 IM. So we have 2 heats of this, so always a pretty daunting race for 11 and unders to do a 2 IM, but it's great to see them doing this event. And I think it's a great event for these guys at this age group to be practicing.
Yeah, I just think they're incredible, all our under 11 athletes. Like, I mean, size, our littlest one, Mia Gu in lane 6 from Nuttawading. She's already swum 2 races this morning. And good on her. Like, don't they have boundless energy when they're younger?
I think, too, it's important that guys in these under 11 categories, race IMs, because you don't want to be pigeonholing a swimmer at such a young age. They're only going to do 1 or 2 events. This is a good way for them to practice still all 4 strokes. It keeps them pretty fit doing 200 metres. So I think it's a really good event for these guys to be aiming for and to do often.
Definitely. And, their body's going to mature. It's potentially going to be good at different strokes. And also enjoyment level. You have a favourite, right?
Yeah. And so leads for the first 50 there is Megan Lee at 35.9.
And into the backstroke leg they go, and doing well in lane 7, Aisha Taigi. Well done. But in front at the moment is Kimberly Chen. And looking very comfortable. Got a nice rhythm happening there. In lane 3 we have Jemana Fahmy. Just about second here. And we'll get the split into the breaststroke.
Yeah, it's going to be a good leg. And the touch pad's come up there, 1:21. So she's gone out pretty hard there. And look at entry time of 3:12. So she's well out pretty fast, but she needs to be because the breaststroke's always the slowest leg. So coming through this breaststroke leg now and having a really good leg there is actually Jemana Fahmy in there in lane 3 from Nuttawading. Had a really strong breaststroke leg, and she has closed the gap, as has Mia Gu in lane 6 too. So we see the turn, and Megan Lee still leading, followed by Mia Gu and Jemana Fahmy. Now can Megan Lee hang on here in this last 50 with these girls closing down on her?
Yeah, Megan Lee from Essendon District is just looking very calm with her stroke just there. There's not much of a splash. She's just focusing on moving forward, and she's at a nice pace, still standing her ground against the other girls chasing her, which is...
And she is going to hang on and take this one out. So it's been a gutsy swim, has led from start to finish, and she has gone under 3 minutes there in a 2:58, so it's a great swim, followed by Jumanaya Fahmy and then Mia Gu. But a very fast first heat there, so the pressure's now on for heat 2.
But, I mean, with our under-11s, we don't want too much pressure. We want them to be having fun, and I think that's what swimming's all about. It's so good to be swimming with your mates. It's so nice to be back here at MSAC. We've just probably had the first regular, summer of training for a couple of years now, which is good. So it's really good to see, lots of smiles here at the pool, and also, swimmers getting PBs.
Yeah, I think these guys have now had a solid sort of year, just over a year of training properly without stop-start. So expect to see some big jumps in times now that these guys have had a solid block. And the swimmers here have just been told to stand down. We might have a bit of a technical difficulty, I think.
And even just as a swimmer, learning the protocol of races, being instructed and self-marshalling is what we have at our competition as well. So being responsible, for your own timings and being organised as a swimmer, also important.
Yeah, I think back in my day I probably wasn't the most organised. So I think if it was self-marshalling, I probably would have missed a few events.
Well, you've entered, you don't want to. They're here, they're up on the blocks. Now, this is heat 2 of 2 for our under-11s 200 IM. And a great start to Tiffany Miet in lane 6. She's also been having a cracking weekend. She's won a couple of races so far.
Yeah, she's pretty strong, isn't she, in the middle of the pool there? Got very strong butterfly. And let's see what she turns in this first 50 in here, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty quick first 50. Yeah, 35-1, so out pretty fast. I think it's really important in these IMs too is in this backstroke leg, while you want to push it pretty hard because it's 2 IM, you want to try and keep the legs nice and light, and then you really try and hammer the legs in the breaststroke leg because breaststroke's such a leg-dominant stroke, and they say that, or the experts say you get 70% of your drive in breaststroke from your legs. So you want to try and utilise that leg in your legs in breaststroke, and backstroke you get a lot of drive through your arms. So it's trying to find that happy medium and find the balance between those two.
Yeah, that is a lot, and it looks like from Surrey Park, Lexan Zhao in lane 4 is out in front, but be watching lane 1 as well, Lucy Ma.
And so a really tight battle between Lexan, Elsa and Tiffany in the middle of the pool, so we should have a good battle. And also over there in lane 1, it looks like Lucy Ma having a strong leg too, so we could have a good battle in the middle of the pool between these guys and out wide with that smoker.
Yeah, it looks like Lexan Zhao from Surrey Park, very strong with breaststroke, but who's catching her? It is Elsa Wang in lane 5, almost neck and neck, the both of them at this stage.
As we come down this last turn, oh, it's very tight. Look at that, just 0.05 second separating Lexan and Elsa in the middle of the pool. And in third place there, just off them, is Tiffany Miet. So it's all about this last 50 here, this freestyle. These girls are going to put their head down and finish strong.
And you just have to remember, they're 11 and under.
Yeah,
that's it. How you go, yep, faster, freestyle, bring it home strong. But, oh my goodness, they are bringing it home. Lexan Zhao in lane 4 and Elsa Wang in lane 5. I reckon Lexan's just got it in front. Elsa is trying to catch her with all her might, though.
Oh, and Lexan's going to take it out there. And the time hasn't popped up, but Lexan did take that one out. But Elsa there in a 2:44.4 gets in second. There you go, 2:43.4 comes in first place. So that's once again some fast swimming from these girls. 2:47 and 2:50 with their entry time. So PBs all round, which is what I'd like to see. And the coaches would be pretty happy that these girls are PBing.
Happy PBs. We celebrate. And amazing work, girls. Just, always blown away by the young'uns. Good on you.
Alrighty, so move on now to event 63, the boys 11 and under 200 IM. And so we have 2 heats of this. And in our first heat here, we have 3 swimmers, Kingsley, Andrew and Peter. So, like the girls, we had a great couple of heats there of the 2 IM. And I think the boys will be no exception here. And as I sort of mentioned in the girls, it's really important that these boys control the fly, but get out pretty hard. Really try and go light legs in this backstroke leg and then bring them in the breaststroke, and then whatever they got left in the tank, they come home hard in that freestyle. So leading through that first 50 there, it looks like to me it was Andrew Wang, but on the board it says Peter Touch first. However, it's pretty tight between the 3 so far. And it's a really good opportunity for these 11-year-olds to get up and race in a big meet, in front of a big crowd as well. And I think everyone's pretty keen to be racing after the World Short Course Champs, which was held here just a few weeks ago, which was an awesome event. And it's a great exposure for our younger guys here to see some of the world's best swimmers racing here in our own soil. And coming down here to the end of the first 100, and looks like Peter Kim will lead through by about 1.1 seconds over Andrew and Kingsley, but his breaststroke leg could tell some different signs, and let's see what these boys can do here. All right, and so look, it does look pretty tight between these guys so far. And I think having a really good breaststroke leg there is Andrew Wang in lane 4, and he might have just taken the lead slightly over Peter Kim, his teammate. So these 2 boys are teammates over there at Nunawading. All right, we're coming down to this last 50 here. Let's see what the time these boys turn in. Oh, looks like Andrew Wang might have been leading through. All right, here we go. This is going to be a really tight battle between these 2 boys. Kingsley Chung just off the pace a little bit off these guys. And I think Andrew Wang might be leading slightly. It's hard to tell, though, to be honest. It's very tight between the two boys. Oh, it looks like Andrew Wang might be hanging on just over his teammate here. As they come down to the wall, let's set the time here from these two boys. There might be big PBs all round. 3:05 and 3:06, I think. Yeah, 3:08. So PBs there by about 5 seconds. And also a PB there for Kingsley Chun. So a fast first heat there of event 63. The boys 11 under 2 IM. And now we move on to heat 2. Okay, so moving on now to heat 2 of 2. And leading through this first 50 so far, looks like it might be Aston Wilson there from Surrey Park in lane 4. Closely followed by Oscar Magalotti. So those two boys almost touched dead even. In fact, it might be Oscar slightly in front at that first turn. And looking very comfortable in the middle of the pool there is Oscar Magalotti in lane 5. And he has built up a slight lead over Aston Wilson, but these two boys are well out in front now in this backstreet league, followed by, in lane 3, Nicholas Robson. And so Oscar Magalotti has about half a second lead over Aston Wilson as we head into the breaststroke leg now.
All right, we're in the final leg of our Heat 2, and it is a battle between 3 and 4. So Nicholas Robson from MLC and from Surrey Park, Aston Wilson. No, it is Oscar Magalotti in lane 5. Apologies, 4 and 5. And Oscar is a length out in front. Coming into the wall. Nicely done. 2:34.65.
Very fast heat, that one.
And he's knocked just under 10 seconds off his entry time.
Anytime these 11-year-olds get under 2:40, you know it's pretty quick.
And coming in all at the wall now. Again, super proud, our 11 and unders. Go, you guys. Lots of more exciting times in swimming to come for you all.
Alrighty, so we now move on to event 64, the girls' 12-13-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Always a great event, the breaststroke. It's my favourite. 6 heats of this. What am I saying? Not 2. 6 heats of this. And I think the breaststroke's a really interesting event in terms of there's a lot of room to take off time because it is the slowest of the 4 events.
And so Tim, tell us a little bit more. Yeah, why is this the most exciting? Is it because it's got the potential to take off that time?
I'm just biased because I used to enjoy my breaststroke as a junior, so that's why. But no, I do like all the events, but I do love watching a bit of breaststroke because I think it's a really interesting stroke because there's a lot of different techniques that can be used in breaststroke, and I think there's these days almost 3 distinct types of breaststroke. You have a 50-style stroke, a 100-metre stroke, and then a 200 stroke, and all three are very different in the way they're swum.
Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so I think in the 100, the timing is a little bit different. So the legs come in just after the arms. As I think with the 200, the legs are a little bit more delayed. And with the 50, you bring the legs and arms almost in sync. So there's like those 3 different timing of the legs versus the arms. And so we're coming down the wall here of this first heat. There's a bit of a battle between these girls. In the middle there might be Mika from Thapar there in lane 3. Although Eve Lawrence is also swimming very strong there in lane 4 from Northwest Aquatic.
Go and look over at, lane 0, Clementine Colin.
Yeah, she's also having a strong swim over there. I didn't see her at the start there, but she's a little bit of a smoker out wide in lane 0. These girls can't see her on the outside.
Don't know if she's going to quite make it, but in lane 4, Eve Lawrence.
Yeah, there you go, Eve Lawrence, 1:33. So she's just smashed off 6 seconds. Solid. Pretty solid, isn't it?
Definitely. And all the girls looking up towards the screen, they want to see what their times are and how they went.
So move on now to Heat 2. And we do have a few no swimmers in this one, but I think it's kind of understandable. If these guys are racing 2 or 3 events a day, morning and afternoon, it is a big 3 days. So maybe a few coaches have just sort of said to a couple of swimmers, look, we're in a heavy block of training and things, just have a rest. Nothing wrong with freshening your swimmer up sometimes. Don't overwork them.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's plenty of swimmers testing themselves
Definitely,
and
you've
their
got to find
abilities this weekend.
that happy medium, isn't it? Finding that balance between pushing yourself and not pushing yourself too hard.
Yeah, you don't want to be exhausted and be crying by the end of this. That's not how you want to go home.
No, exactly right. And so coming down to the wall now, this first 50 is Anastasia. Turning there in a 42, so out pretty fast, out in a 42.
Yeah, Mia Mitchell in lane 2, just behind her there. So bit of a mix across the lanes. Again, we have a few no swimmers as mentioned, but be watching all of them.
And you can see now Anastasia's really trying to lift her rate here and finish strong in this last 25. It might be in second place, might be Matilda Clark out here in lane 8, close to us. But also finishing strong there from IAP is Mia Mitchell. So good battle here as we come down to the wall. And I think Mia Mitchell is finishing really strong here. Can she get her on the wall? Let's see as they come down to the touch. No, it will be Anastasia just there by about 0.3 of a second. Takes out in a 1:31. So once again, big PBs there off those entry times of 1:34 and 1:35. So 3 and 4 second PBs. And for these girls now, their next goal would be to get under that 1:30 mark.
Yeah, there's always the next challenge, isn't there? You don't, rest on your laurels, as the saying goes.
Exactly right.
And we've got a few different starts here as they're up on the blocks.
So we've got a bit of a Nunawading trio in the middle of the pool, is it? Only 2 of them there. The Nunawading duo there, but I had 3 in a row there next to each other. Looks like a good start there, though, from Madeline Harvey in lane 4. And also starting strong is Vanessa Chien. So those 2 in the middle have started pretty strong.
I also think I'd be looking at Keelia Enters.
And so coming down this first 50, be interested if any of these girls are out maybe close to that 40-point second mark in this first 50, and let's see what she turns in. 42. So about similar times to what the girls in the previous heat were out in, about that 42 mark.
So that was Madeline Harvey in the lead at that split there.
And so pretty even across the field, though, between these 4 or 5 girls in the middle of the pool, between lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And coming down now towards this last 15 and finishing strong is Madeline Harvey.
Yeah, full of energy just here, and it's all going forward.
And in second place, looks like it might be Jess Fratter. And here we go with the touch, 128. So she has gone under that 130. We spoke about that before. That's a great swim, 128, followed by Jess Fratter there in a 130.1. And in third place, there was out wide was Louisa Liao in a... Sorry, no, it was Vanessa Chien there in a 131.1. Our times have just adjusted. Alrighty, so heat 4 is now underway.
Easy. All right, heat 4 for our 100-meter breaststroke. And we've got a bit of a mix here happening at the moment. Doing well in lane 5, Olivia Mack, and lane 6, Olivia Addy. But be looking at lane 2, Octavia Mahoney. Let's see who's getting the split. And it's actually Wei Yi Liu in lane 8. 41 seconds just there. Although I reckon Octavia Mahoney, who was just second in the split, is speeding up just now. Coming into the final 25 meters, eyes on the prize, that yellow wall straight ahead. Oh, I reckon it's neck and neck. Wei Yi in lane 8. Depending on what the stroke, where they're going to hit the wall, see who's going to get it, and it is Wei Yi, 128, 112. Oh, and just behind Octavia, very close, 128, 4-2. Following, we've got Olivia Mack, then Ruby Wallace. All right, heat 5 now.
Yeah, heat 5 and 6. So we're coming down to these two fastest heats now. So expect to see a solid time here in girls, probably well under that 130 mark. And out strong here is Kazia Lockwood from Bayside there in lane 4.
And so she
I know
had
Bayside have been doing some really good things recently with Josh Beaver down there.
Oh, yeah, how's he going?
I think he's doing really well with his group down there. He's building a strong club down there at Bayside at the moment. And out pretty fast, it was Kazia out in a 40 points. So out very fast in this first 50. And so coming down the wall now will be Kazia Lockwood. Looks like she's going to take this one out pretty comfortably.
She's quite low to the water just there, coming into the end.
In a 125, that's a great swim. That's a 4-second PB right there. Amber Lark there in second in a 127. So there you go. We've got, and in third place there, Liliana Jones at a 128. So 3 girls solidly under that 130 mark.
Yeah, really good to see.
So move on now to heat 6 of 6. This is the fastest heat. We'll make special mention here. Lola Sashamis has a time of 119.8. So it's a very fast time. And she's probably the one to watch here in lane 4.
And so what do you think, Tim? Do you reckon you want to stay as long underwater as possible if you've got the right technique?
I think with a split stroke, you want to do a light but quick dolphin kick. Try and not do one of those really big exaggerated dolphin kicks, so you actually do lose a bit of speed. So I think you want to try and get as much length as you can, but as much length quickly as you can underwater. You don't be too long under there and you actually lose your speed. But it is free speed off the dive, so you do want to use that as well as much as you can to your advantage.
Balancing that out.
And, turning in first there was actually Leona Lowe Hermans. So she had a really fast first 58 to 37. So can she hang on to it now, or will Lola Shashami's reel her in here?
And it is lane 3, 4 and 5 just there on the hunt to the wall at the end. And Leona, lane 5, looking good.
Might be Leona there. She might be hanging on here, though. Finishing really strong, though, is Lola. Leona and Lola fighting it out here to the wall. 0.1 of a second separates the two girls there. 120.7 and 120.8. Great race there. Lola Shashami's finished really strong there, those last 10 metres.
All right, this is our first heat of our boys 12 to 13 100 metre breaststroke.
Alrighty, so we've got heat 1 here of 6 of event 65, the boys 100 metre breaststroke, and at the moment leading through this first 50 will be Tutsut Yet Chen, and let's see what time he turns in. He turns in a 46.3, followed by Jock there in a 46.7, so pretty tight between those two boys in this first 50. And so coming down the wall now will be Tutsut Yet Chen, and he's going to take out this first heat here. Now, he did have an entry time of 1:42, and he's going to absolutely smash this here in a 1:36. So he's taken off 6 seconds. And Jock's also taken off 3 seconds there, going on 1:39. So the boys have set the standard in the first heat there with big PBs to start, which is great to see.
All right, in they go. This is heat 2 for the boys now. And so that was a great start to lane 6, Liam Paulson from Nuttawatting, just out in front there. And then on the other side, Melbourne Vic Centre's Harvey Lee in lane 3. Bringing the bodies up. Although do be watching lane 0 over there, Tommy Hussey from Melbourne Swimming as well. But looks like Melbourne Vic Centre's Harvey Lee is potentially out in front on this 100 split. Halfway, yep. Just in the lead just here. So the fastest qualifying time, 1:36.98 by Atlas, by Ryan Atlas. So let's see if he can gain a little bit more speed. He is in lane 4 to finish off strong, but nah, it is looking to be Matthew Chan's. Apologies, not Matthew Chan. It is Harvey Lee in lane 3, out in front by 2 body lengths now. Looking confident, swimming his own race. It's going to be a tough one for second, though. We've got 5 swimmers across the lanes in the middle there. They'll have to just gain a little bit of speed in this final 10 metres, and then it'll be up to the wall touch. So Harvey Lee, 1:29.89. Oh, and that was quick. That's Ryan Atlas. He did catch up, 1:35.27. He was in third. Second, Tommy Huan, 1:35.24. Nice swim, guys.
Alrighty, so heat 3 now underway. And so we saw some fast times in that second heat there, and you'd expect the same thing in this third heat. I think it's really important early in a 100 breaststroke is that you want to be fast and long and efficient. Those first few strokes, even though it's only 100 and it's technically a sprint, you still want to be fast and long. You don't want to shorten your stroke up when you're fresh, because you naturally, as you fatigue in a 100 breaststroke, you're going to shorten your stroke and your rate a little bit in those last sort of 15 metres. And if you look at the best breaststrokers in the world, they're all able to hold on to their length and efficiency even late in the race. So there you go. Joel's gone out really fast there at a 39.9. So he's taking it out pretty quick, and he's told these other boys, catch me if you can. Always like seeing someone attack the first 50.
And be looking out for Julian Birch in lane 0 on the other side. He is on the chase, but it is Nuttawatting's Joel Murdoch in lane 4.
Yeah, Joel Murdoch's having a really good swim here.
And then in lane 1 as well, Charlie Warburton looking over into lane 6 as well. Callum Otten from Bayside.
We said the time, 1:25. That's a great swim there. He's just taken off 5 seconds there, so we're seeing some big PBs this morning from these guys, which is great to see. I think it's the big major long course meet too, so you'd expect these guys to make some big adjustments after a short course season into that long course now. These guys are really starting to pick up their pace now.
And it's all experience for our young swimmers. Some of them, this might be their first big competition if they've only just, joined swimming recently. They're trying out new strokes as well. And also just the couple of years of not having regular training too. And so we've got our middle lanes looking nice and strong just there. In lane 4, Leon Vidal. In lane 3, Tiger. Coming up to that 100 metres, that halfway point. We've got Tiger in lane 3, but it is Leon Vidal with the split 37.94. Let's see what times they can come up to. And Leon Vidal leading the way in lane 4. Can he be caught? Tiger in lane 3 is on his way. Be watching lane 1 as well. Daniel Nguyen. Coming up to is Jimmy Bua in lane 7 as well. Looking to claim second as he quickens his pace. And it is Leon Vidal, 1:27.9. And that is 8 seconds off his PB. That's exciting. Well done, boys. Heat 5 coming up shortly.
So we just have had a swimmer just fall in there. So the swimmers have just been asked to stand down. And so we're just waiting for our officials here to come to their conclusion with whether this swimmer will be allowed to re-swim. I don't think he will be allowed, unfortunately, there. So not good news there for Noah Kiao in lane 5. I think, unfortunately, it brings us to a really good point, is that, you know, these swimmers, and that's why it's so important you practice skills in training and practice your starts and being as still as possible on that take your marks. You know, the judges, or the swimming officials are always watching for swimmers. Unfortunately, not good there for Noah, and hopefully he learns from this one and gets up at the next meet and smashes out that 100 breaststroke and uses it as a learning curve for himself. He's still only really young and he'll have plenty of opportunities ahead. So,
yeah, disappointing, but yeah, absolutely. A lot of key learnings. We'll get his chance next time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if he has qualified for state championships, he'll have a great opportunity there. And there'll be a lot of comps coming up in the next few months and school competitions and things where he'll have an opportunity to race that 100-metre breaststroke. Coming down now, it's a pretty tight battle between the Liverpool. I'd say Anjay Lamb from Northwest is leading currently. And coming down the wall now, also finishing strong, those Harold Zhu over here in lane 6. Coming down, let's see the touch. And in lane 3, Anjay Lamb, 1:19. So he's gone under that 1:20. It's a great swim. Shows he's comfortably gone both 50s under 40, which is great. As we move on now to heat 6 of 6, the final heat.
Here we are, heat 6. They're in the water, our fastest heat that it should be. Coming up to a quick start, Lachlan Gilbertson in lane 9. But we reckon it's Nathan Nay out in front in lane 4 and Hamish Evans in lane 5. And Nathan getting 34.54 on the split. And it's going to want to concentrate on bringing more speed to it. He is out in front. He just needs to hold it or even propel himself just a little bit further away. He's neck and neck, side by side to him. Ashley Lansbury in lane 3 and Hamish Evans in lane 5. And Hamish looking like a force to be reckoned with out in front. Coming into the wall, it's going to get a fierce touch. 1:13.33. Ashley Lansbury makes it into second. Apologies, Hamish gets it into second. And Ashley into third with the update of those scores there. Coming up next, we have heat 1 of 10 for our girls, 14 to 15 metre freestyle, 200 metres. And away they go in lane 3. We have Annabelle Zhao from Nuttawading. Hannibal, just Hannah Guglielmi from Swimland Swim Club in lane 4, and Sophie Kenafaki from Camberwell Grammar. Let's see what they can produce. So for our 200 metre freestyle, Hannah had the fastest qualifying time, only just by points of a second, 2 minutes 35.54. And out in front of the moment is Annabelle by a body length. Sophie coming up in lane 6 to try and match her, but Annabelle just looking nice and comfortable, not making much of a splash, quite smooth with all of her movements. She's really using that upper body to propel forward as they come to their halfway mark in the race.
So the 200 freestyle, it's always a good event. I think the 200 freestyle is one of those events that a lot of swimmers will train for, because a lot of swimmers will be doing aerobic freestyle in their recovery work and a lot of 200 pace around this. So you will see a lot of swimmers who race, butterfly and freestyle and breaststroke, whatever else, doing a 200 freestyle. That's why we have 10 heats of this.
Yeah.
So it is a really popular event. I think it's a great event to train for and to use as a fitness block.
Absolutely. And so we've then got our boys, and we have 6 heats after that.
Yeah, so we've got some solid 200s coming up. And so if you like 200 freestyle, this is the time to watch.
Absolutely. So the final 50, they're just about to hit that split there. Annabelle leading the way. Good on her.
Yeah, the 153.5. Finishing strong, though, is Sophie Kenafaki. Whoop. And so coming down the wall here of this first heat, looks like it's going to be Annabelle taking out the first heat here. And let's see the time. 2:34, so she has done a slight PB there, and Sophie and Hannah have just gone over their entry times there, but still a great swim.
All right, heat 2 underway, and in lane 5, Zara Paul has had a great start just there with a bit of speed, as well as lane 7, Angela Liu.
Well, the important thing with the 200 freestyle too is you've got to be getting out pretty hard, out sort of that PB plus 2, and these next 350s you want to be pretty quick. It's almost like a long sprint. You want to try and be efficient but fast, and you don't want to leave your run too late, but you also don't want to burn your fuel tickets too early. So it's a really good event to watch. A lot of coaches always talk about the premiership quarter. The third 50 is always really important, and you will see a lot of swimmers often really push this third 50 really hard to try and either build a lead or reel someone in, and then on that last turn, it's what have you got left in that last 50.
That's Angela Liu at the halfway mark in lane 7, getting that split 1:08.67. And yeah, it's quite tight in between her and Zara Paul in lane 5.
And so pushing this third 50 now, though, is lane 5. There is Zara Paul. And we're coming down the turn. So she's going to build up a little bit of a lead here. I'd say that Angela's about 0.3 of a second behind. So very tight here between those two. And they've both built a solid lead as they turn into this last 50. And it's a battle now for third place between over there wide, Salia White and Amelia Atkin over there in lane 0 and 1. But it looks like from here it's going to be Zara Paul taking out heat 2. And Angela Liu there's going to come in second. She is pushing her right to the finish as we come down the wall. Let's see the time. I think these two are going to absolutely smash their entry times. There you go, 2:22 and 2:20. Hasn't come up here yet. Yeah, Angela Liu did touch in second, but her time hasn't come up. There we go, 2:24. Followed by in third place, there's Salia White at 2:26. So these guys have gone well under that 2:30 mark and well under their entry time. So very fast second heat, which is like what we like to see because it puts pressure on the next 7 heats here that we have, because we have still heats 3 to 10 to come.
Absolutely. We never know when our, best time is going to come from, and it's timed finals. So I really love a surprise, where in one of our earlier heats is the top times.
Yeah, exactly right. I think it's almost better for these guys in later heats to see a faster time in one of the earlier heats because it makes them then push that little bit harder in their heat.
Yeah, puts a fire in their bellies, hopefully. And they're just behind the blocks watching too.
And we're coming down this first 50. Let's see the time here. Out to 31.6. So out quick. Out very quick, in fact. Out to 31. So Madeline Carter there, taking through the first 50 at 31. Had a solid lead. So she's going to really attack this first 100 here. You can see her there in lane 5. She has a huge lead right now in this first 100. Now, can she hang on here after pushing out so hard? And she has a huge lead of 5 seconds at the first 100.
Yeah, she is absolutely blitzing it out in front just here. And then to watch just behind her, Madeline Carter in lane 5. And not too far as well, we've got in lane 7, Matilda Chaffee, Carla Drury in lane 9. And then on the other side as well, Annika Lim in lane 02 to watch. It's a bit of an even set of swimmers at their pace out the front. First few lanes, but Madeline Carter getting that split 1:44.90. 50 metres to go. And so in this particular heat, the highest qualifying time's 2:29, and a lot of them are around that realm. So Madeline Carter smashing it out here.
And she has absolutely smashed this one. She's led from start to finish. She's gone 2:24. So she's taken off 5 seconds. I really like the way, though, she attacked it. Went out hard, gave herself every opportunity to push it pretty hard.
Definitely. And even Annika Lim coming second. She's over there smiling in lane 0. Smashing out 5 seconds on her PB as well. Heat 4 in the water now. And those middle lanes doing well coming up, but it's lanes 4 and 5 just here.
Yeah, it looks like a good start there from Bayside. I think it's Chiara Fernando. Looks to be attacking this first 50 pretty hard.
Yeah, with the red cap. She's got Sarah Rogonsky from Halbury, and then Katie or Caddy in lane 7 from Nunawading, also really pushing her.
Once again, out to 31.3, out nice and fast. Similar to that previous heat that we saw Madeline Carter win. Who led from start to finish. So Going out fast is great. It just has to be fast and efficient. So you sort of want to use those legs too early either. You'll see these guys try and slowly bring these legs into that last 50. Having a really good first 100 also here is Katie Jung, as you were saying. And these two are going to turn pretty tight here in this first 100. And so both girls are going to be turning under 110 there. There you go, 107 and 108. So both giving themselves every opportunity to be going well under that 230. And you'd hope that these girls now in their back end, this second 100, can probably turn in under 115, around that 115. All right, so it looks like Chiara Fernando has built up a little bit of a lead now into this third 50, a really strong third important 50 there. And we'll have a look at her lead now. It is out to about 1.5 seconds, so a handy buffer heading into this last 50. And coming down the wall now, finishing strong as also there is Emily Doyle in lane 4, but it looks like Chiara Fernando is going to hang on and take this one out. And let's see the time, 2:23, so she has gone under her entry time. We're seeing some fast times.
We are. It's super exciting. Because it's good. It's good to see they all push each other. It's just about, doing their best. Having fun along the way. Seeing what they can make of it. And, they've got a lot of support. It's all about the team as well. Like, they've got their coaches, club mates. People have come here to support them as well. Or you guys online, watching them on Swim TV.
As I said earlier, it's really cool that some of these swimmers, maybe their teammates in their squad who aren't racing today, can tune in and have a look how their best mate races as well and get around them and support them, which is really cool.
Yeah, well, they know the time. Someone's texting them. Jump on, check it out, go have a look. And also, as you said a bit earlier as well, looking at, the competition, the other swimmers and how they're going as well. And also what they're looking like about their technique. They can look back at this.
Definitely. So leading through the first 50 is Amelie Krellin. Out a bit slower than those last two heats. Out in 32. The previous two heats, the leaders were out in 31. So maybe her tactic here is going to be to swim the second 100 a little bit faster. We'll find out. But those last two heats, the leaders have really attacked the first 100 and first 50, built a solid lead and hung on.
Yeah, Emily Crenlin from Nuttawading out in front here.
Okay, let's see what she turns in here in this first one. Out in the 109, so a little bit slower than that first two heats. Now let's see what she can back end it here in. And pushing along right alongside her there is Tess Flanagan in lane 1. And also the middle of the pool there, it looks like Lusa Delbridge and Sienna Scodella are also pushing through nicely now.
Emily Bam on the outside lane as well in lane 9. Also trying to push it up as well.
And so let's have a look at this final turn here. It might actually be leading. Yeah, there you go. Tess Flanagan is leading through there at a 148. So Emily's just given up the lead just a little bit here. Is in this last turn. Can she reel them back in and take back the lead? Or will Tess Flanagan pull away from the field here, which it looks like she might be doing, although also Sienna Scadola here is finishing really strong in lane 5.
Let's watch them turn it up.
Oh, coming down the wall now. This is going to be a great finish, but looks like Tess Flanagan has had a blistering last 50. And she took that one out there. The time has come up there at a 2:23.52, followed by Sienna Scudella. And then in third place there was Amelie Krellin. Yeah, I think our touchpads haven't quite adjusted there yet. All right, move on now to heat 6 of 10.
And that's a great start by lane 7, Millicent Van Diemen.
Yeah, it looks like these girls are attacking this first 50 pretty hard, and we've got a no-show there in lane 5.
And be watching lane 3 as well. Peria
Oh,
Franco.
yeah, the 31.73, sorry. And so, building a solid lead here through this first 100 is lane 3, which is Peria Franco. And let's see the time she turns in this first 100. It's definitely well under that 110, out to 106, so she's out relatively quick. That was a really strong second 50. All right, let's see what... can any of these girls reel her in? Looks like Ella Irving and Emily Stevens are starting to pull up alongside her there in lanes 4 and 2.
Yeah, they're definitely on the chase just there. Ella Irvin is coming up alongside her just now.
Now we turn for home here, and it's going to be a good battle between these three there in lanes 2, 3 and 4. In fact, Emily Stevens is finishing really strong here. She's catching right up to Peria Franco. And Ella Irving is probably just off these two a little bit here. It's going to be a really tight battle all the way into the wall here.
Absolutely, neck and neck. It's so exciting when that happens. It looks like Ella is also trying to chase to the wall too. In lane 4, let's see.
220.5, almost under that 220 mark there. It's a great swim. And second was at Peria Franco and Ella in third.
I'm just getting a little bit faster as our heats come on. We are now up to heat 7 out of 10.
Alrighty, so heat 7 now.
That's a great start there. Lane 8, Emily Tulloch rearing and ready to go. And then watching lane 6 as well, Leela House. Coming up to that first 50. Leela House hitting it first, and then, yeah, Samantha Roach over in lane 0. Getting a little bit of a pace. Yeah, you want to go out fast, but you want to be able to sustain it. So you've got the lead, perfect. Now it's time to hold on, swim your own race. And so Samantha Roach, big splash with her kick there with her feet just coming slightly out of the water. Coming on the other side of the pool, Isabella French in lane 9, looking calm and collected in that second 50 as powered forward. That's halfway.
Well, it's a pretty even field, isn't it? All the way across from lane 0 to lane 9. Anyone could be leading this one as we come into this second 100.
Now it's about the fitness, isn't it?
It is about the fitness, about who can now finish strong. Yeah, two there at a 144.9 there at this third. 50 there was Layla. Followed in second place is Angelia. So, bit of a buffer though. These girls are going to finish pretty strong here. Looks like Layla might still be leading though, but finishing, as we said, very strong is Angelia. So, can she hang on, or will Angelia take her out here on the touch at the wall?
They've just passed us in the pool, and it looks really even, but Leela probably looking top at the moment.
2:20.1 takes it out under 2:21.29. So, once again, another fast heat as we move on now to heat 8. We may see some times under that 2:20 mark now. Alrighty, heat 8 is now underway. And let's see how fast these girls take out this 200 after seeing the other girls going 2:20. So out at 32.1 there's Kate Morrison over there in lane 0. It's really interesting at 200 freestyle as well. You see some swimmers, as we sort of speaking a little bit earlier, breathe 3s. Most of them will probably breathe 2s. Looking at breathing to that one side that's more dominant, but you will see in the middle of the pool here you've got Francis. Looks like she breathes every 3. If you compare it to the swimmer alongside of there, Tani, who breathes every 2. So you get to see the contrasting styles between these two swimmers, which I think is really always quite cool to watch. And it's interesting. So there's always no one style is correct, and it's whatever suits the swimmer the most.
Yeah, do the swimmers do a lot of breathing practice, would you think, or a lot of breath work?
Definitely. I think they would be one of the big drills that they focus on would just be focusing on getting that efficient breath and efficient timing. I do know sometimes with long-distance swimmers too, because they are turning their necks so often, I know this is only 200, but they sometimes might use their snorkel and just focus on their arms. And just to sort of give those necks, their neck a bit of a break. Alrighty, coming down the wall here of this last 50 and finishing very strong here is Tani Cronin.
Trying to catch up to her over in lane 0. Kate Morrison she's just going to leave her behind just here, Tani. Also Frances Woodville. Climbing on up as well as Grace O'Malley in lane 9.
2:18, there you go, we're under 2:20 and it's well under 2:20 there, 2:18.3, so she won that comfortably in the end with a really strong finish.
Couple of swimmers missing in this one. But not to worry, the rest of the girls are in the pool and they're at it already. This is heat 9 of the girls' 200-metre freestyle, age 14 to 15. And it's good to see so many swimmers participating in this freestyle event.
Yeah, I think a lot of coaches will have outlined this as one of their major meets of the season, especially when state age championships are in March. These guys, and state opens are in February, you know. These guys would want to have a major meet in January that they can target and swim well. It's also really good for the age group guys to have a big comp before school. It's always pretty hard when school starts up and other co-curricular activities start up again. So
Definitely. So I'm looking at Eliza Hoofton in lane 2 and Grace Cox in lane 3 at the moment, but it's quite even, coming up even now in lane 7. Sion Kisnet.
Very tight across the field. They can barely split it between about 5 of them, ranging at times between 105 mid to 106.1. So about half a second separates first to fifth. So a really tight first 100, and now it's all about that all-important third 50. Who can maybe pull away from the pack here? And so it will be Sion Kinzet there with about half a second lead.
I think this is going to be an exciting finish.
Yeah, it's these two are going to battle it out though between Sion and Sarah Cattell. I think Sarah Cattell actually might be in front now. Oh, they're coming down the wall now. This is going to be a really tight finish. Let's see who gets it on the touch. But these two have pulled away from the field. I think Sarah might get there. She does. 214.3, so very quick swim. PBs from those two again. Alrighty, here we go. Heat 10 of 10. And we do see there's a couple of girls under that 2:10 mark in this heat, so this will be a very fast heat. We expect maybe these couple of these girls to be going out 31 low, maybe even 30 point in this first 50. And here we go, coming down the wall. Looks like leading lane 3 there, Kiara Mooney. There you go, out to 29.9. So she, as I said, was out, well, under 30 seconds, so out very fast.
Yeah, it's good to see as long as she doesn't, burn up all her energy.
The fuel ticket's too early.
I know, let's check out this second 50 just here.
Oh, she's really pushing this first 100 really hard here, giving herself every opportunity.
And trying to catch her there in lane 3, Kiara Mooney. And also in lane 7, we have Annie Steele. I feel like the girls
out
have
to
chased
102.
her.
Yeah, she's out very fast here. So a bit of a catch me if you can. These girls have got a lot of work to do if they're going to reel her in.
Annie Steele, though, trying to give it a go.
Annie Steele looks like she's pushing.
And
Now in the middle of the pool now, looks like Natasha Coleman and also Ashley Dunn might be moving up into second, but they've got a lot of catching up if they're going to reel in Kiara Mooney in this last 50.
We've also got Annie Steele taking along Judy Hassan Aman next to her in lane 8 too. But yeah, lane 3, Kiara Mooney, 1:35.86 on this final 50 metres.
Oh, it's a big lead now, 4 seconds. Well, she's led from start to finish. Annie Steele still in second place there, but also finishing strongly. The 3 girls out wide here. Well, I think Kiara Mooney's going to run away with this one, but it's anyone's game for second place here between the 3 girls out wide here in lanes 8, 7 and 6, and also there Natasha Coleman, but Annie Steele at 209. Natasha Coleman is second, and Judy Aman Hussein takes out third there at a 2:12, bit of a smoker, so a very fast final heat.
Well done, girls. Great to see.
All right, so move on now to event 67. The boys 14, 15-year-old 200 freestyle, and we have 6 heats of this coming up. And in the water now is heat 1, and we have 3 swimmers in this one, Lockie, Blake and Andre.
And so Lachlan Ricchini from Melbourne Swimming Club. We've got Blake Hughes from Northwest Aquatic and Andre Tallarico from Surrey Park. And we've had a lot of entries from Surrey Park this weekend.
Yeah, Surrey Park have really been growing the last sort of 2 years. I know they have a second Learn to Swim program now, so lots of kids coming through their program, and they're a really strong club ran by Justin Bells, the head coach, who's a very good coach, coached up in Queensland for a number of years.
Come back to the cold.
Yeah, he has come back to the cold the last couple. He's been here for a while now. He's a Melbourne boy originally, so. And leading through his first 100 here is Blake Hughes. Turn there at 105, so out pretty quick. So these boys, their entry times are 2:22 and 2:21. So I like how they've gone out well under that 110, giving themselves every opportunity here. If they can come back under that 115 in this second 100, we could be seeing some big PBs here. Alrighty, coming through now into the last 50. And it looks like Andre had a fantastic third 50 there.
Yeah, closer than what I would have expected, actually.
Yeah,
so
very tight heat, this one. Oh, finishing strong now is Lachlan Ricchini as we're coming down the wall. Let's see the time here as we come down to the touch. And 2:17, so and 2:18 for the other two boys. So 4 seconds off their entry times. It's a great start to the boys' 200-metre freestyle. All right, it's a heat 2 now. Heat 2 of 6 underway. Looks to be a good start there from Darcy Stewart in the middle of the pool. I know he has a bit of a famous nickname down at Surrey Park called Next Gen Stewart, I think they call him.
Oh, good. I was going to say, you can't just tell us that and not give it to
Yeah,
us. So.
I've been told.
Letting
that's
us
his
in.
nickname. Yeah.
And, so tell us more.
Oh, that's all I know.
He didn't name it himself?
No, it wasn't his name. He didn't self-name. No,
Yeah.
Of course not. And so a strong first 100 there from Darcy Stewart, and Sebastian Eagle probably sitting in second place there in lane 4. And you can put a blanket over who's sitting in third place between all the boys from lanes 8 to 1. So, but it looks like Darcy Stewart's going to lead through this first 100 in pretty quick time there, 1:02. So he's out very fast. And second place here is Sebastian Eagle, about 3 seconds off. So can Sebastian try and reel him in here in this third 50, or will Mitch, sorry, not Mitch, that's his brother, Darcy, pull away here?
It's interesting to see the stroke rate of the swimmers. Like Darcy out in front sort of has a 1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, nice and long. Yep. You can see him doing that sort of 200 gallop, where you sort of, as that hand enters, you breathe on it. The right hand enters, he breathes. As it enters, he breathes. So he's turned into 136. So he's turned that 50 in about a 33 there. So what can he come home in this last 50? And Darcy Stewart is pulling right away from the field here. This is going to be a very strong 200. Remember, he was entered with a 2:19 today, so he's going to absolutely smash that time. And, let's see the time. He could be under 2:10 here. 2:08, so he's just dropped a lousy 11 seconds off there, Darcy, so not bad. And a bit of battle on for second. Or might have been Sebastian Just, but...
Oh, no, I think we've got to wait for a time here. Could have been Oscar Gashoni.
No, it was Sebastian, was it? Just?
Yes,
it was by
Sebastian.
0.18 of a second there. Alrighty. So now heat 3 in the water. Heat 3 of 6. Now, remember, Darcy's just gone 2:08, so that's the time for these guys to now try and beat. He's going to be 2:08, so the fastest entry time in this heat is 2:14. As we just saw in that previous heat, though, someone just dropped 12 seconds, so we could possibly see that again in this heat.
Yeah, I think it's just such a good vibe here at MSAC today. It's on Saturday, like some more family and friends are down here in the crowd, and it's all dressed up. We've got the marquees, we've got our signage, good old Funkita and Funky Trunks are around supporting Swimming Vic, and just the team. Good vibes.
Yeah, it's a good atmosphere today. And leading through the first 100 will be pretty much these two boys neck and neck. They're Cooper and Aston doing a 102.18 and 102.17. So pretty much dead even between those two. But it does look like that Max may have just pulled away. Sorry, not Max. Aston may have just pulled away a little bit there.
And Aston Scriberis on the way back. He is in lane 7, just down in front. Chasing him is in lane 5, Alfie Graves.
It's been a very strong swim here from Aston in lane 7. He really attacked the first 100 out in a 102, and it looks like he's also going to go under 210, is he? Not quite. 210.3, though. It's a huge swim. He's also just taken off 6 seconds, so that's not a bad day at the office.
Yeah, we actually don't ever know what we're going to get, do we?
Yeah, exactly right.
We're blitzing it.
As we move on now to heat 4. So, looks like Darcy Stewart's time from heat 2 is still the fastest qualifier at 2:08.
Quite even across the board there. So much splash coming up and out, actually. Getting our TOs on the side, helping us out.
Some water. Oh, I'm okay, thanks.
Yeah, beautiful cold waters thanks to Narelle from Swim
nice.
Vic around.
Hits the spot.
To all of us here. And you know what? We even had some Zupa Dupas earlier for our first session.
We might
be lucky. It is a hot day. It's up to 33 degrees here today. So
it's cooled off a little bit now, though.
It was warm today. A bit humid, actually.
And so, good to see a couple of boys out there under 30 point there in that first 50. Looks like over there in lane 2 it might be Cooper Rushmeyer leading through the first 100. But also coming through is Max Hussey. So the boys out there are out in a 103, just marginally slower than the previous heat, who are out in a 102. It looks like Cooper Rushmeyer He's had a very strong third 50, although it looks so sorry, Max Hussey, I should say. That was my bad. I got my lanes mixed up there. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Max Hussey there in a 1:36.1 does have a slight lead there by about a second and a half over Cooper Rashmaya. It's all about this final 50 now. And it's going to be a good finish between these boys, though. Looks like Max is going to hang on. It's a battle for second. I can't pick second, to be honest. We'll see it on the touch here, but it will be Max taking it out there. 1:2:09. Oh, there we go. It's a tight finish. Second place there was, actually in the end, was Chiang Zhang Jiang, and in third place was Jaden G. So a very tight finish between those boys there.
So yes, 2:09, the best time in that from Max.
All right, in heat 5 now underway. So we've got one more heat after this one to come. Now, it's really cool to see in this heat we have multiple guys. In fact, 4 guys under 2:10. So all around that 2:09 point range. So this should be a very tight and fast heat. In fact, only about a second and a half separates first to 10th. So it should be a very tight heat, this one. And as we thought, it's very tight across the field so far in this first 100. Probably at this stage is Adonis over there in lane 2.
And then also be watching lanes 7 and 8 as well. Harvey Nathaniels and Max Mangini. Yeah, this sort of pack of a swim looks ferocious.
Yeah, it's very hard to pick at this stage.
They haven't kind of spread out as much as you would have expected.
Well, it's very hard to split these boys there between lanes 2, 4 and 7 as we come down the turn. Oh, Enrico has the lead now slightly by about 0.2 of a second. I tell you what, though, finishing strong is Tharwin Prahom there in... he's coming now in lane 5. He's really starting to finish strong. It does look though that Harvey Nathaniels is also finishing very strong.
Wow, and we have a lot of the crowd cheering right now.
This is going to be a good finish. I think Harvey's going to hang on. Or is it Enrico? Oh, there you go. So Harvey gets it on the touch there, followed by Enrico, and then Tharwin, who came home like a freight train in third place.
And to our final heat coming up, 6 of 6. There's even a time that's under 1 minute, and that is from Tian Berger.
Alrighty, the final heat's underway here. Heat 6 of 6. This should be a quick one. I tell you what, Tian Berger, as you were saying, ends with a 1:57. So all eyes will be on him in the middle of the pool. But Campbell Wilson Moran's also a familiar name in a 2:01.0. So both these boys are super quick. Oh, how about that? Out to 27, these boys.
And looking really fierce is actually, Tian Berger in lane 4. Body coming up out of the water a little as he's gotten the push off from the wall at that first 50-metre split. Gaining some speed just there. Not wanting to let him out of their sights, though. Campbell Wilson Moran in lane 5.
Both these boys are attacking this first 100. It's great to see. He's going to turn well under a minute here. There you go, out to 57.7, followed by 58.5 and a 59.4. So 3 guys out under the minute. This is awesome. Campbell Wilson Moran's really starting to take it to Tian Berger here in this third 50. All coming down this final turn. This will be tight between these two boys. I think Tian will still have a slight lead over him. There you go. About 0.4 of a second separates these two right now. Who wants it more out of these two as they're coming down now, last 25 metres?
Wow, it is close. Hey, Campbell Wissamon really hot on the heels of Tian Berger.
Oh, he's
Not waiting to
finishing
give it
strong.
up.
He's finishing strong, coming down the wall. I think Tian Berger will just get him. Oh, there you go. 157.4 and 157.46. What a race between those two boys. That is a great swim from both of them.
There was an exclamation from the crowd as well.
Yeah, they both enjoyed that one. Wild race, lads. So move on now to event 68, the women's 16 and over 100 metre breaststroke, and we have 4 heats of this. So the girls 16 and over 100 metre breaststrokes underway. As I said, we've got 4 heats of this one coming up. Looks like a good start there from Molly Griffiths in lane 6. Also a good start there from Emma Woodhouse there in lane 3. I will make special mention there. I do notice that Melissa Sharp from Surrey Park there is actually a backstroker doing some breaststroke today. Always love watching non-breaststrokers breaststroke. It's always good to see.
I was going to say, because you enjoy watching like a fish out of water kind of
Yeah,
style.
exactly right. Out in a 38.5 there. So out pretty fast, Emma Woodhouse in this first 50.
And into our final 25 metres, Emma Woodhouse from YPW finishing off really, really strong. Hannah Dakova in lane 7 coming up next, and it's going to be a bit of a tough one here for third. And that is Emma Woodhouse, 1:22.65.
All right, heat 2 now is underway. And we have 2 more heats after this one, and should be a good battle in that last heat there. Some really fast times, and let's see if some of these girls can really push under that, possibly under that 120 mark here in heat 2.
Yeah, lane 3 looking strong. Kiara Hutchinson.
Yeah, looking really efficient and strong early here, really driving forward. You can see her really pushing forward in that stroke, staying nice and high in the water too. Out at 37.5, so out relatively quick too, which is nice.
Misha
Let's see what she
Guy
can come back
following her in lane 2. Misha Guy trying to catch her, bringing...
Yeah, these girls are starting to reel them in here. Mackenzie, Zach there, also looking quite strong, but Misha Guy is also, as you were saying, is starting to push through as well. So a really strong second 50 though from Mackenzie, Zach, and she might be slightly in front now.
Yeah, well, they've overtaken Kiara on this second 100. Mackenzie, Zach pushing strong towards the end.
Yeah, she's finished really strong in this last 15 metres.
And even Greta Seville in lane
There
8.
you go, and a 1:21.6. So almost, that's a really fast swim too there. That's a 3-second PB. It's a great swim, 1:21. I like it. Puts pressure on heats 3 and 4 now.
Might race the 50 west to stay open this morning.
Alrighty, heat 3 underway here. Notice there in lane 4, Chantal Underwood doing some breaststroke. I know she's not known as much for her breaststroke. More of a freestyle. Good to see her trying something new there. And Stephanie O'Donnell looks to be pretty strong there in lane 3. All right, let's see the turn. Oh, it's really tight between those girls there. 37.5 followed by 37.6 and 37.7. So nothing splitting the first 3 girls here in that first 50. Who can back end this a little bit more and who has a little bit more in the tank?
I just think it's just a cool visual to see them kind of all in a line. They're neck and neck right now, but they're all at different stroke rates, bopping up and down. It's
Or it might be
amazing.
Chantal Underwood here coming into the wall. And then coming down the last 5 metres, is it Chantal? Is it Lucy Roberts? We'll see. Oh, Chantal Underwood there in a 1:19. Goes under the 1:20 there. Followed by Lucy Roberts. And in third place there's Stephanie O'Donnell. So we move on now to heat 4 of 4. We've got some familiar names in this one here. We've got Taylor Odell, Micah Fry, Charlie Millard, Melon Horvath. Some names that we hear often.
Yeah, so these girls have got a variety of ages here. 16, 17, 18, 20 and 24.
Yeah, the veteran, the Flying Dutchwoman, Micah Fry, 24. 24 years young, as they say. Alrighty, here we go. So heat 4 of 4. This one should be a fast one. It looks like a good start there from Micah Fry. Taylor Odell had a really good start too, just alongside her there in lane 3. And Madeline Horvath and Micah Fry battling it out here in this first 50. I'd say it looks like might be Horvath in front just here at this first 50. So we come down to the wall. Let's see the touch. Yeah, she does turn. So a bit of a lead there by about 0.6 of a second, in fact. Followed by Taylor Odell there in third. All right, well, let's see what these girls can come back in here. Oh, Micah Fry is starting to reel her in here. The old veteran starting to crank it up a gear.
Well, it's experience, isn't it?
Yeah. The wise
Also-
heads. Oh, coming down the wall. Can Horvath hang on here?
She doesn't want to give it up, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
It does look like Madeline Horvath is going to hang on and touch out the veteran. She does there in a 1:12, followed by a 1:13 and a 1:13 by Taylor Odell. So a fast final heat. And you expect these girls, as they taper and they come into states, they'd probably drop a little bit more off those times that they just did today.
And this is our first heat for our men 16 and over 100 metre breaststroke. All of these are timed finals, and these guys are going out pretty strong already. So Ethan Coe in lane 3 from Doncaster Templestowe, John Humble lane 4 from Bayside Swimming Club, Liam England, so S9 from Nuttawading, and Liam O'Donnell from Halbury in lane 6. So doing well. It is Ethan Coe with the split there. 50 metres to go, 36.47. Tracking nicely for some PBs here. So pushing ahead, Ethan is gaining the lead, and just the efficiency of his stroke. Diving straight into the water, a big round kick. The coaches are yelling out, but yep, he is in control all the way, although catching him is John Humble. Who knows what will happen? Liam Donnellan, not too far behind as well. He is sped up, but it is Ethan Coe, 1:18.76, knocking a second off for a PB. Heat 2 just in the water now. Popping up a lot of time under the water. Using that time to their advantage. And in lane 5, we have Daniel Citravesi from Surrey Park.
I think it's Chivatarese there. Sorry to be a grammar expert there. No, I'm joking.
No, I've apologised out loud for
that.
any mispronunciations.
Yeah, I'm bad with names too.
Nah, you might know that one.
Yeah, I do know that man personally. That's why I thought I'd say that one.
Oh,
Yeah.
repeat it then.
Chivatarese.
Chevatarese, it's in the mind.
And well, I know he's been a very good freestyler and butterfly, and I think his coaches are really pushing him to try some IM work, and his breaststroke's coming along really well. As I said, these guys are still only, some of these guys are 15, 16, 17, like still young enough that they can add new strokes to their and events to their program and improve a lot. And Daniel's sort of come into the wall now. He is finishing strong. It's out wide though from Doncaster here, Thomas.
Really strong. Coming down the wall, let's set a time. 1:13.3. It's a very good swim. Both those guys have just smashed PBs there. It's awesome. Let's move on now to heat 3. The mic's out of power.
And heat 3 in the water now. Coming up, quite an even spread though from Nuttawading. Yanning Zhang popping up earlier. Right next to him, Jacob Lawrence. They were at the same pace there just for a couple of strokes. Heading out in front though as well, that Ryusi Yano being taken there in lane 8. Keeping up with them. Lane 4 as well. Cameron McLeod not doing too badly at all. And it's Nicholas Murray Russell in lane 5 that hit the halfway mark in first position.
Oh, thank you there, Chelsea. Yeah, we have actually just had a bit of a microphone malfunction. We've just lost some power and batteries in one of them. So I'm just getting the technical dudes down there to help us out.
We'll have to do it like a duet karaoke with one mic where I say something, then you say something. We can work it.
Yeah, pass the pass a little bit. As we're coming down to the wall now, it looks like a very familiar name there, Yanning Zhang, doing some breaststroke. And look at that, he's on 1:08.5. This man is a superstar. And he looks pretty happy that swim too. I can see him giving thumbs up to his teammates over here. The coaches are smiling over there too. They're pretty happy with that.
All right, heat 4 of 5 for our timed finals. The boys are in the water. And just in front, lane 9, Joel Timlin. But it's the boys from Surrey Park, Spencer Roberts in lane 6 and Joey Zhang in lane 7, just out in front. But it's quite even right here. Let's see who gets the touch. It's going to be very, very close. And it's Joel Timlin, 32.8. Headed for hopefully just under 110 is the goal for the race overall. This is going to be a really exciting finish if they keep all at the same pace just here. Let's watch out. So Fierce right in the middle. Ziyu Song from Nunawading and Trung Lee from Halbury. But it is Nam Lee in lane 3 pushing out in front, as well as Joel Timlin on the outside. 1:10.65 Nam Lee. Just over his entry time, but should be pleased. You want to do the next one? Then I'll
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sure.
rather than you racing.
All right, sorry, yeah, sure. Oh, the big boys up here now in heat 5 of 5. Some big names in this one. You've got Jack Gurry there, Lewis Ansley, Kieran Jal Singh as well. And looks like it was a good start there from Lewis Ainsley there, and also Kieran Jasingh. I know Jasingh is known for his front-end speed. Now, I know that big Jack Gurry's known for some back-end speed too, so this should be a good race between these boys in the middle of the pool there. Look at that, out in a 30.4, followed by Kieran in a 30.5, and then a 31.0 from Gurry. So it's going to be a good last 50 between these big boys. Oh, and it's coming down this last 25 now. Looks like Ainley might be slightly still in front. Jasingh not giving this one away either. And Gurry starting to come through here in this last 15. And we're coming down the wall now. Oh, looks like Lewis Ainley's going to take it out there in a 1:04.8. Followed by Gurry in a 1:05.1 and Kieran Jasingh there in a 1:05.7. All right, let's move on now to event 70. The mixed 50-metre freestyle, sorry, not freestyle, breaststroke, what am I saying? Multi-class. And so we sort of mentioned this previously that we have multiple categories in this one. So it's not necessarily about the time here. It's more about time relative to the world record within each category.
And so we've got Ahmed Kelly in lane 2. James Logan, lane 3. Dylan Logan, 4. Liam England, 5. Cooper Harrington, 6. And Molly Griffin in 7. And so all different categories from SB3, 15, 15, 9, 14 and 6. So the two Logan brothers, James and Dylan, that are SB15, will be swimming directly against each other because they're the same classification. So we can look at both of those lanes and see who hits the wall first. But yeah, as Tim said, the others are based on a time against the world record time for that classification, and they can all race together, and how it pops up as first, second, third for points later on is through an algorithm, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, very fast with it these days. I think one year we actually had a live point score as they touched the wall, but
yeah, it's a German program. It's
It's pretty smart when they can get that going for us.
But yeah, super impressed by these guys. And I just think, like, the water is such a great place for everyone.
That it is. All right, here we go. I think we're underway here for the 50s. So we've got a couple of events of 50s coming up. So we'll be starting from the far end here. And we are underway here in this 50-metre breaststroke. So it looks like Dylan Logan has entered this 50 breaststroke. It wasn't there for the 2 a.m. earlier today.
Saving his energy for now.
Yeah, he might
He's
be.
doing very well.
Yeah, he's looking very strong here. And let's see what time he goes here as he's coming down the wall. He does have an entry time of 32.6, which is very quick. He's got a little bit over there, 33.6.
And then coming in next is S9 Liam England. And then James Logan coming in. Cooper Harrington, S14 category. The ever wonderful Ahmed Kelly in lane 2. He's been on the mic here before. Quality person, that's for sure. And then finishing up, coming to the wall just now in lane 7, Molly Griffin, S6, her classification.
And whilst I'm there, guys, and some people.
So this is our first heat for the girls, 11 and under 50-metre freestyle. We have 1 of 6, which is really good to see. And while these girls can get some power, looking at the ferociousness of lanes 2 and 3. So that's Elodie Walker, 3, and Joelle Chamiz Cruz in lane 2 just there. And it is also Emily Proctor, lane 7, just catching up in that last 10 metres, 35.8.
Alrighty, Heat 2's underway here for the Slash and Dash 50 free. We always love 50 freestyle. It's nice and quick, it's over quick. So you're going to be watching closely. As expected at 50 freestyle, it's always pretty close. It's always hard to pick who's winning. It might be lane 1, it might be lane 6, might even be lane 8. I can't pick it at this stage. It's coming down. I think it might be lane 6 here. It might be Audrey. She does. There you go, 33.98 under 34. It's a great win.
We are away. This is heat 3 just now, popping out of the water. All our girls even across the lanes 0 up until about lane 5 at this stage. Waiting for someone to push out in front to identify them. But in lane 0, Aisha Tiagi looking really well. In lane 5, Quinn Guzardi, as well as lane 8, Sienna Mulheron. What's going to happen here? And it is Quinn Guzardi, 33.86, followed by Chelsea Zhang. And then by Amelia Grover. Nice work, girls.
Okay, so heat 4 now underway here. As we're saying, these heats will fly through pretty quickly. And very tight across the field again. It's hard to maybe lane 3 at this stage. It might be Hope Christian leading through. Finishing strong over here in lane 6 as well. I think it's going to be Hope Christian taking this one out here as we come down the wall. Let's see the touch. 32.6. She does take that one out.
Heat 5, sorry, it is right here. Looking good out in lane 1, Alyssa Lau. A little bit out in front, long arm lengths. Although I would also be looking at lane 6, Isabel Stevens and Adele Sun in lane 9. Pushing home really strong. She's going to get the touch. Waiting for the clock. A lot of sling around to say, and it was Adeline Sun, 32.63 in that one. By Kimberly Chen and Isabel Stevens.
Alrighty, here's heat 6 of 6 here. This should be a quick one. Looks like a really good start there from Lucy Reed in lane 2. It's pretty hard to pick as well. This heat's very strong. Look like though the middle of the pool might be Tiffany Miet there from Melbourne Centre. She might be slightly in front of her from Surrey Park, Lexan Zhao. Might be Lexan Zhao coming through here in the last 5 metres. We come down the touch. Oh, she does get it, 30.73. Right, move on to the boys. Event 72, the boys under 50 metre freestyle. We have 3 heats here. Once again, this will be over very quick. All right, in the 53 now is underway.
Let's see
One
if
of
he can
3.
get around that 30-second mark, be the goal.
Yeah, exactly right.
Out in front, lane 2 just there, Gianluca, and also looking at
It might be,
lane 4, Isaac.
yeah, looks like Isaac's going to take this one out there with a very strong swim. 33-4. Great first there. Putting pressure on the second heat and third.
All right, this is heat 2 underway now as well. All their qualifying times around 34 seconds. And look, even across the board, I'm looking over at lane 0, Benjing Shang, who looks like he's just pipped out in front just here. Can he hold it? Chasing him is Matthew Dane. And also in lane 6, Fraser Bear. Lane 8, Benjamin Collins. And Fraser Blair, 33.02. Well done, taking time off. Nice work, guys. Across the pool. Heat 3, we're hoping for around that 30-second mark here in this timed final. In lane 4, Oscar Magalhães had a cracker of a weekend here for this meet. Out in front, racing like no one's around him. Big push into the wall, 30-24. Nice work.
Alrighty, so we've got event 73 now. The girls' 13-year-old 200-metre butterfly. So this is always a bit of a tough event, a grueling event. It's always satisfying when you finish something like a 200 butterfly.
And if you're not exhausted,
Yeah.
or Maybe you should be. You could have gone a little harder if you weren't, right?
Yeah, it's always a mental break, barrier of beating a 2-fly and PBing in it. But I think for some of these guys that have done a lot of butterfly work in training, their coaches would never make them enter it if they didn't think they were good enough to do it. So a lot of these guys will have already raced a 2-fly before they're doing. They know it's going to hurt. They're so strong and tough, that's why they do it.
Yeah, and Mia Mifsud on the split just there is the leader.
It's really important too in a 2-fly is keep your rhythm and try and not muscle your way through a 200 fly because it's a hard event. You cannot just grip it and rip it with your arms the whole way. You got to try and keep rhythm, keep your kick consistent, sit on that kick to use with your arms and not work anything too early. And so you can see the girls all there, all pretty even across the field there in that first 100 there between 112 to 114.
Yeah, Erika Adeko just pushing out in front just now. And then in lane 6, Mia Bates rising up to the occasion here to mark that 3/4 mark just front.
And coming down the wall here of our 150 mark. It looks like there Arika Danko there at a 153.0. And coming down the wall now, what a strong last 50 though from Mia Bates. She has stormed home here. And it hasn't come up on the time there. 2:31.3. She's taken it out of the swim. 14-second PB, in fact. That is huge.
That is massive. She should be really pleased with herself. She's looking at the crowd. Her mouth is just sort of a bit wide open. She needs to double check it to believe it, I think. But well done. Now to the boys.
So we've gone down to event for the boys 2-fly. Just one heat of this one as well.
Coming out in front, Harry McCraw in lane 5 just there. He's going to get the touch in the first turn.
Out at 32.4. He's out nice and quick there, Harry McCaw. You can see some of these boys here breathing every stroke. Some will be breathing every 2. Their coaches will have found a sort of a winning formula with them with like what works best for each swimmer. As I was sort of saying earlier, the swimmers actually do prefer to breathe every stroke in a 2-fly to get their air in. Some find that they lose their rhythm and their hips drop a little bit. It just depends on each swimmer what's best for them.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the differences, and also, yeah, I'm sure they're being guided.
I think if you've got a very
coach.
Yeah, if you've got a very fast, efficient breath, you can afford to breathe every stroke. But if you do sort of linger a little bit on that breath, your hips may a little bit. And the last thing you want to be doing is swimming a 2-fly uphill. You want to think it like you're swimming downhill in butterfly, because it's not fun swimming butterfly uphill.
I like it. They're really neck and neck at the moment in lane 3.
Yeah, it's a good battle between these two.
Narasa from Nuttawading, and then Harry McCraw in lane 5 from Volgramma. Yes. Let's see. Harry stand in front. 1 second. So you want to get a bit of a speed, but as you you say, with them, and also it's about the touch on the wall, the
On the wall,
timing
yeah.
of it.
Well, I think it's really important to fly. You got 3, so you want to finish on a full stroke on those turns. The less strokes you can take, the better.
And Harry has blitzed out in front. He has sped up, and he is on his way. Home stretch, final 5.
He's had a really fast 50 here, Harry, and he's smashed that out. There you go.
Full stretch,
He's just
hitting the
taken
wall.
off. So he's done a 1 second PB there, which is a great swim. And Lemonal there in a 2:39. He's also done a 1 second PB. So well there, boys.
More of our swimmers coming in just now. So Michael Fan in lane 6. And then we have Callum Otto in 7 and Tai Tang in lane 2. Callum Otto PB by about 5 seconds. And it's Tang. Just a little bit of...
Alrighty, so move on now to 75. The girls 14-15, your 100 metre breaststroke. And we have 6 heats in this one. We've seen a lot of it today. We've seen a lot of hundreds. We've had the 10-year-olds. We've had the men's and the women's. We've also seen, I think, the younger age group. So a lot of breaststroke today, which is down the wall here, turning there in the first 50, that is Julia Strikovic in a 40, followed by Annika Bell. So slight sort of lead there for Julia. And we're coming down the wall here with just 15 metres to go. And Julia, who has led from start to finish, looks like she is going to take heat 1 out. And let's see what the time is and how much pressure she's put on these heats coming. As we come down, looks like it's a big PB. They're 1:26.84 PB. In fact, it's a 4-second PB, which is a great start for girls 100 breaststroke. Going now to heat 2.
And this is a good start to heat 2. out in lane 5, Victoria McKenzie. Very close behind at the moment, Hannah Borschman. In a really nice rhythm just there, and just behind her as well is Kayla Sauter in lane 6. Up to that turn just here, and Mackenzie 8-2 here at so Victoria's Templestowe, and her time was a 1:29. So trying to aim to get to that. Not sure if that's for these girls here though. Soon find out. Lane 0-1 working hard though. Shelby and Chelsea by. Buzz had a Borschman pushing out in bigger from the crowd. Victoria McGinn far behind, but also coming up in lane 11, Angela Harden. Let's see what they produce. 1709, Hannah Borschman. And Angela came up last 25 metres, 1:29.44. So they did make the 1:29s.
There's one out of heat 3. So it stands around that 1:27, 1:28, 1:29. Should be a fast heat. Let's see how many of these girls can push it. 40 seconds, 41. Pretty fast first 50. So coming down the wall here, turn. There it is. There you go. Perry out there in under 40 seconds. So it's a really fast out there in a 39, followed by Lou there in a 40.8. So 25 metres to go. It's a really good actually between lanes 7, 6, 5. Really hard to pick who's actually leading this one. And finishing really strong here from Surrey Park, Yuxi Liu, who's at a fantastic 25 metres. She's coming down the wall. She's pulling away from the field. She comes down and she is spat a 1:24. That's a 3-second. Followed by Olivia Ma there. Third place, Perry Alfranco. Alrighty, heat 4 now is under. Look at this split. We have 5 girls with a 1:25. And our slow swimmers are into the 1:12. So really in between first to 10th in this heat. So it should be a really anyone's race really when you look at the times entered. And leading through the first is Ruby Kenda out in a 38.1, really quick, giving herself every opportunity to come back and hang on in this second 50. All right, coming down now, 25 metres to swim. Ruth has led from start to finish. Increasing her lead here now, and over wide her Abby Cosworth Might be so it could be a 1-2 punch here for EDA as we're coming down to the wall. Let's see the time. This is going to be a quick swim ender. It is a 1:22.75 seconds. And in second place is Abby Coastworth there in a 1:26 to second place Judy Hussain in a 1:26.5. So another fast heat there. As we move on now to heat 5 of 6. Just 2 heats to go.
All right, we're up to heat 5 now. And lane 4, Annie Steele, look at the water, as well as who we just had in another race event, Tommy Murdoch in lane 8.
Yeah.
Quite even, there's a line happening. Annie's to the end.
Very strong start from Annie Steele. In that last hit, Ruby Kender was out at 30 fast. She goes out here. There you go, out to 30. She goes out under 38. Coming down the wall now, was having this race all to herself. She's pulling away. Sitting in second, Isabella French. Amelia Otto. $1:15. That is an unbelievable there. She's just taken off 5 seconds. A 1:15.7 followed by and then Isabella French. Well, she's now on in heat 6. Can anyone beat that 1:7.9 there?
Yeah, we're in as big as Annie Steele's is right now. Final heat come.
Yep, so the 6th and final heat here. And the time to beat is a 1:15.7. See if any of these girls can beat that. Well, Jessica Wilson started really strong in lane 3. Let's set the time. She turns in there 35.2, followed by 35.4. So both girls have gone hard here in this first 50.
Had a great win a little earlier today, actually.
Yeah.
All right, here we are. We are in it. And in lanes, Amity Lansbury. I should have said lane 5. Sorry, yeah, it is Rummy Hurd making a strong finish. Although Signal's having a great weekend.
Wow.
3 just behind her.
She's had a great swim here. 1:14.8. She does out. Followed by Jessica Wilson, 17.35. As we move on now to event 76, the boys 1500 metre breaststroke, and we have 5 of this one.
Right, so in lane 3, we've got Lucas Channing. In lane 4, Aaron Wong from Pia. And lane 5, Matthew from Melbourne.
It's left to the program, just the breaststroke, and then the women's and men with 200 metre backstroke, and then we finish this evening. before.
Coming to the end of the race, just it is Matthew Brophy who's pushed out him so close to him right now, though. But it touches in on the wall, 121.11.
And heat 2 now is in the water. Now we got a couple of guys not swimming in this one, in lanes 6 and 4 actually. So means that Leo Buckle there in the middle of the pool has some clean water all around him. Starting really strong though is James Hugh over there in lane 2. And Hyuga Wu as well also started very strong. So those boys over there in lanes 2 and 3 pushing themselves along. Let's see what they both turn in here. 36.1 and 36.3. So both out relatively quick here. But they'd be wanting to push those 36s and come back, you know, hopefully maybe 40 point, maybe under 40 in this second 50.
It's almost like we're watching it in slow motion. Like, it's a slower
Pace
event.
stroke,
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it
but
is.
They're moving so fast at the same time. And be watching, lane 9 just here as well, Shenghao Jin.
Looks like Hyuga Wu's going to finish on the wall first. No, or he does get just 1:18.0, followed by 1:18.05 there by James Hughes. So great swim though. Both those boys, and actually Will Payton also under 120. So 3 boys under 120 in the second heat, which is great.
Yeah, really good to see.
And heat 3 now is in the water.
And all looking very similar across the pool at the moment. Maybe Sean Lamb is just out in front in lane 5. Also doing really well, though, is William Smith in lane 4 and 3. I'm mentioning them all now because they're so close together. Though it is those middle few lanes that have just popped against the wall a couple of seconds ahead of the others. And
looks like, yeah,
in
Thomas
lane
Greenwood.
3.
Yeah, Thomas Greenwood leading through here in lane 3.
He really just turned it on once he hit the wall.
Yeah, he's really back-ended this really well here. With 15 metres to swim, he is pulling away. Although finishing strong is William Smith too. Let's see the time that these boys go here in Heat 3. 1:16 are around their entry time, so I think these are going to absolutely smash that. There you go, 1:13.5, 1:15. So some PBs from those two boys there, which is great to see. And move on to heat 4 or 5. So 2 more heats to come in this breaststroke before we move on to the 200 backstroke. We may have a few technical difficulties here. I can see the officials having a chat before we start. I think the swimmers have been told to stand down here. Alrighty, here we go in heat 4 of 5. There's a bit of a delayed start there, but we are underway. And very tight once again in the middle of the pool. It's pretty hard to pick. It might be over there, PLC Kine and Lee might be leading through here, although next to him from Cheltenham there, Henry Caius Lagugas.
I'd also be picking Brian Zhang, so let's see.
Yeah, also Brian Zhang. He looks strong, as does Xander Zeffirelli. Oh, actually, it's Nikolai Trofimachin.
Over in lane 7. Let's see what happens in this second 50. It's once they push and they almost just push off into a different mindset, different game plan for the second 50.
Oh, here we go. This is actually really tight between these boys. I can't pick one at this stage who's leading.
I'm still going to say Nicola at this stage, so it's looking like lane 3. Henry also.
Oh, I think Noah Con as well out there, but out closer Javier Lai as well.
Yeah, Javier Lai in 9. Oh!
He does 1:13.99. He takes that one out there with a 2-second PB. It's a huge swim.
And a fist bump at the end.
He looks pretty happy about that. All right, you can hear the slapping going on here before this last heat. Heat 5 of 5. This should be a quick one.
Was that one of your rituals, Tim, when you were up on the racing block?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I do it. Depending how pumped I was. Yeah. Looks like a really good start there, though, from Thomas Sutherland there in lane 4.
Yeah, lane 4 looking great, Thomas.
Oh, he's turned out really quick there. At 31.3, he's out nice and fast. And he's looking really strong there in lane 4. Thomas Sutherland alongside him. Brian Zhang is pushing him all the way to the finish. And let's see the time. He was entered with a 108.05, so he's going to go well under that here, I think. This is going to be an awesome... There you go, 105.9. That is a great swim. That is really quick.
Nicely
Followed
done.
by 109 from Brian Zhang is also super quick under that 110, and George Huang at a 110. So a very fast final heat there for those boys, but Thomas Sutherland, that was a great swim.
Here we go. We have our women's 16 and over 200 metre backstroke. Heat 1 of 3 in the water. And a cracking start there to Kiara Hutchinson from Western Melbourne Propulsion. She's really out in front, but flying is Anna Wendell in lane 5 as well with the yellow cap. Bit of a challenge in these two lanes just here as we come to our first 50 metres. Only a quarter of the way through. This one is 200 metres long, this race.
Yeah, the 200 backstroke's always a really hard one. A lot of the swimmers always talk about how much their legs hurt during a two back. And leading us through the first 50 there is Anna Weddell, followed by Kiara Hutchinson.
And we've got a green cap as well. Molly Griffiths in lane 3, speeding up a bit here too. Nice long arm strokes. Always look so elegant, don't they?
Yeah, it does. I think traditionally a lot of backstrokers have always been quite long and lean with those long arms that you see when their hands enter. They really rotate, so they really rotate their shoulder out, so their arms do look deceptionally long.
Have you got a percentage of this one of arms versus
No,
legs?
I don't have a yeah, sorry, I haven't got my stats on this one.
No, that's right.
Unfortunately.
I'm always fascinated with the use of different body parts.
Yeah, definitely. So Kiara Hutchinson leading us through there in that first 100. And looking pretty strong there is Anna Weddell there in lane 5 too. So these two are leading through at the moment. Can anyone else make a bit of a move here in this premiership quarter in this third 50?
And then coming out in front at the moment here is Kiara Hutchinson, followed by Anna Weddell. And then, looking over, Molly Griffiths is making her move.
Yeah, it looks like Kiara Hutchinson, who has led from start to finish, is going to take this one out. She's looked comfortable the whole time, hasn't she? Looks really relaxed. She's coming down now. Let's set the time. She was ended with a 2:49, and she's going to take off 8 seconds. 7 seconds. There you go, 2:42.7. So 7-second PB there, and
yeah, it's exciting. Look, I'm sure they're going to be all super pleased at the end of the day.
definitely, for sure. And it's a fast heat, that one. 2:42. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here in this second heat of 3. Alrighty, so just a couple of events left of the day. So now we've got heat 2 in the water. Looks like we've got no lane 4 there, no Melissa Sharp. Alrighty, heat 2 underway. Oh, it's a great start there from lane 7, or lane 8, sorry, there, Tara Barnwell, and also there in lane 3, Alessandra Southern. So 2 really good starts from those 2 girls.
Yeah, really making the most of their underwater time coming out of the blocks.
Yeah, they both almost pushed it out to 15 there, but they really broke out nice and strong. And coming down to the wall here, this first 50 does look like a really strong first 50, though. Yeah, as I was saying, from Alessandra Southern, she's going to lead us through. There you go, to 34.6. Followed by Tara Barnwell.
And so, Tim, what do you reckon for the swimmers that have to race again tomorrow morning? What's the plans for tonight?
I'd be having a big cool down after this, and then get to bed nice and early, get some carbs in, get some pasta, and then get up nice and early, ready to go tomorrow.
What's a long cool down to you? How many laps?
Probably about a K. Maybe. Not that I ever did that, but I'm just saying it so that these guys will do it. But yeah, I wasn't known for doing my cool downs properly. So Alessandra Southern, though, looking pretty strong. Though moving through the middle now is also Madeline Horvath. We called her earlier in the 100 breaststroke. So big day for her, 100 breaststroke and also the 2 back. So shows a very versatile swimmer, can do breaststroke and backstroke. And so got about a 1 second lead now, Alessandra over Madeline and Olivia. And it looks like Madeline is finishing really strong here. This one actually is going to come right down the wall here of this last 25 metres.
Yeah, she's using a big kick under the water. Oh, yes, she is gaining.
I think Madeline Horvath might get her on the wall here as we're coming down the touch. Oh, our touchpads haven't quite worked, I don't think. There, I think Madeline may have just... She did. There you go. She did touch her out just there at a 2:32.0. All right, here's the third and final heat of the girls' 200-metre backstroke. Got some familiar names here. Mia Holler, Alana Banks, Semra Olawalini, Sienna Shepherd, Sasha Jones. So there's some good backstrokers in this race. Some of them hundreds backstrokers, and some of these guys are really good at the 200. So it should be a good race. Looks over there in lane 1. Is it Sasha Jones leading through the first 50? No, it's Semra leading us through, followed by Mia Holler and then Sasha Jones. So a pretty even first 50 there between these girls. Not much between them. Yeah, use something along the top of the roof there. And so it looks like Mia Holler is having a...
Apologies, I've been talking to a mic.
And so Mia Holler is looking really strong in the middle of the pool in lane 4. And tell these other girls, catch me if you can here. It's hard to pick who's in second place right now.
Oh, I might say Semra in lane 3. It's my guess. Oh, no. Zandy.
So Mia has a pretty solid lead now by just over a second here as we're coming down the wall this last 50. Can any of these girls make a bit of a move here and catch her? Looks like Ziandi Chua is actually finishing really strong over there in lane 2. She's going to push Mia right to the wall. And finishing also strong is Alana Banks there from Surrey Park in lane 5. But it looks like Mia Holler is going to hang on and take this one out. And she does there, 2:19.0 followed by 2:19.5 and a 2:20.9. So good swims from these girls all around there. Good to see some times under that 2:20 mark. You expect when these girls get tapered in a few weeks' time at state opens, they'll be going a bit quicker than that too. All right, so final event of the day, final event of the program for today's event 78, the men's 16 and over 200 metre backstroke.
And this is heat 1, the men's 200 metre backstroke, men's 16 and over. So in our 3-man race at the moment, we've got Michael Strutter from Ivanhoe Aquatic Power in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got Alexander Stone from MLC. And in lane 5, we've got Liam Donnellan from Halbury Aquatic. And coming into the wall just here, it will be Alexander Stone getting the touch, 33.45. Still sticking together. It is only a quarter of the way through the race. And it is Michael Strutter just here that is looking to overtake Alexander. Keeping up. Not quite there yet. A couple of hands just behind. And I think Alexander knows and has picked up the pace just a little bit as coming into the halfway mark. 1:10.59. 2 seconds behind just now. Michael Strutter and 1:13 Liam Donnellan. And so Alexander Stone has really used that wall to push off and gain some speed to continue that rhythm that they've got going for their own race plan. Out of sight, out of mind now, but not straying too far. Final 50, here we are. And it is still Alexander Stone who's managed to keep them off. Powering towards the end now. And it's Liam Donnellan who has caught Michael Strutter just there. Coming in second position just now by a body length. But Alexander Stone just seeing the flags now. Strongly coming into that wall. 2:25.05.
Yeah, it's a 5-second PB there, which is a great swim. Once again, as we've said a lot of times today, boys, it's good to put pressure on these next couple of heats. 2 heats left of the day. Alrighty, heat 2 of 3 now underway. So, look at some of these entry times. There are a couple of boys who are just under 2:19 or around that 2:20, 2:21. So, it'd be great to see if some of these guys can all push under that 2:20 mark. I know it's a big barrier in a 2 back.
Yeah, and in lane 5, we've got lane 4 is Josh. Samuel Scardella just
out at 30.8, so he's out nice and quick.
He was followed by Alan Uni in lane 8. Be watching him. It's the outside lanes we get surprised by, and we love it.
It is. It's always good to see a bit of a smoker. Yeah, Alan Ui here is having a very good first 100, sitting in second. So Samuel Scardella, let's see what he turns in here in this second 50. It was out about a 30-point high, so he's turned in there and probably just under 34, 35. So it'll be interesting what he can come back in now in this second 100. In third place there, Samuel Nadler. Probably a little bit off the pace, these boys from the 2 leaders. A lot can change on a 200 at a long course.
Yeah, looking pretty good out in front. Just past that halfway mark now. Still leading. Samuel Scodella 141.51.
It's a handy lead now, by up by about 2 seconds now.
Definitely, and Allen is going to want to hold on. Let's hope he keeps up that pace. Joel Cruz in third posse in this final 50 metres for the moment, but it's going to be a tough one, I reckon, for third. We've got Patrick Forster, Joshua Tulloch, and Joel Cruz.
He does take that out well under 2:20 there. The time has, there you go, 2:16.1. So he's absolutely smashed 3 seconds off there, as has Alan Way, has just taken off a solid 9 seconds. So not a bad day for those two boys there. And we move on now to our third and final heat, and the final heat of the day. Everyone can get home early and watch the Australian Open final, the women's final tonight.
Hopefully, sports fans out there join in. But yeah, it's been a great day of swimming so far. Thanks for joining us. There will be some more medal presentations after this final race that will be over there. But I'll see you back tomorrow morning. And Tim,
I'll be back here tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, we'll join us for some more great swimming for our 2023 Metro Championships.
And so, as we said, the last heat of the day underway. It should be a really good one. In the middle of the pool, Anthony Bastinas, Oliver McKenzie, both teammates. And Ryo Hayashi have called these sort of 3 names a lot. Joshua Carnes have called his name a fair bit. Xavier Purcell, we called his name earlier today. I know that Anthony Bastinas was picked on the World Junior Pan Pac earlier today.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, he is out in front. He must be super excited and pumped with that news. He's flying.
Yeah, he's a very good 50, 100-metre backstroker. Awesome. And he's building up well in the 200 as well. You can see he has really good underwaters there.
Xavier Purcell as well is one to be watching in lane 7. Who's just out in front. It's that split. But I reckon it's Anthony in lane 4 that has just picked up that pace a little bit. Yep.
These boys will probably push him here in this second 100. And Anthony turns in there at a 1:1:03, so he's out pretty quick there. His entry time is 2:08, so you probably expect him when he's fully tapered will be going out a bit quicker than that, probably out at 1:00. And he's looking in control, though, here in this 200, looking very strong. And it's hard to pick who's in second place. It might be Ryo Hayashi. Max Bosley also looking strong. And out wide next to us here, Xavier Purcell and also Joshua Carnes. And so Anthony Bastinas now is pushing away here in this last 50. Coming down the wall here. Let's see what time he goes with 25 metres to swim. It's a bit of a battle for second. It's really hard to pick.
Yeah, Max Bosley is really hunting for it as well in lane 2.
He's had a very strong last 50.
As well, though, Joshua Carnes. Xavier Purcell as well, but it is Anthony taking it home.
Yeah, and Xavier Purcell finishing really strong. He might come in second, but Big Bastinas is going to take this one out into 2:10 there. A really good swim there, and Joshua Carnes is second, followed by Max Bosley. So some really good swimming all around from those guys, and Bastinas only 2 seconds off his PB there. It's a really good swim considering he's under heavy training. So well swum there, guys. And that concludes today.